Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は458日目です。It's day 458. We are a day after our level up to 46. It is Wednesday, and because I finished the lessons yesterday across midnight, today is actually Wednesday, or local time, or almost Thursday. There's actually an update, so there is one additional lesson that was added because of the Wednesday update. And actually we might as well do that first. Yeah, so there's one addition, which is the really like, it is an interesting addition. I think that solves the whole using life radical for this one, so we might as well do that quickly. Rib cage, okay, as opposed to the sinister beanstalk. Just add beanstalk just in case. Yep, and that largely creates a but it's only the top one. They don't do the bottom one though. I don't have bottom examples. Interesting. So it's not all of them, because yeah, we'll have to see how well that expands. But one lesson for the day. I'm not sure if there was more than one edition because we went late yesterday. Anyways, let's get into our reviews. We got a whole new batch of new things. Yuragu. 継承。卓球。元凶。湿地。遡る。
義塾。
肌色。清涼。
裸。食卓。
嫁ぐ。What? Oh no, that's not it. It's other DMF. Eka. Dig it. Oh, no. It's the other one? Yes, it's the other one. Thank you. Earned income. Let's see. Think about... Very good.
稼ぐ 無金
悪霊 滝川 矛 竜巻
締める
磨く 足
恐竜 陰気
What WaniKani level am I at? This is level 46. You're at level 46. How old are Anuda?
Sakigoro 肌触り
Don't have much longer now. How many reviews do I have per day? That would vary. If you're talking about an average would be 100, something like that. To give you a very quick rundown, my reviews per day kind of looks like this. Actually, more like this. Is this app a good place to start? I mean, what is it that you want to start with? I knew that. Again, DMF is assuming instead of asking. Learning Japanese from zero. That's not quite the question about what you are wanting to start with. Is there any particular thing that interests you in Japanese? Learning, in my opinion, tends to require some intent. So, as DMF said, if you intend to look into kanji, it would be a place you may be able to start with.
Dentaku.
Like if you wanted to start with kana. Kana requires something else. I don't know what you call it. I suppose the sounds of Japanese. You could start there too, which is required for WaniKani. Quite a lot of people start with like casual phrases, maybe colloquial things to get a feel of where they wanna begin. By looking at a few characters here and there of common phrases, see where they want to go from there. There's also, since you already have a language, right? You can also ask yourself, what is it that you like, or what is it that you would want to start with about your existing language, and then start there and feel around to see if it's good. According to DMF, what he said is this app a good place to start? It's a good place to start on kanji. That is making the assumption that you're comfortable with kana and also comfortable with repetition. Repetition may not be for everyone, so that's something you might want to consider. May I ask what interests you about learning Japanese? No.
Kyoki.
A typo? Oh no.
Noro.
Magire mo nai.
Koro.
You love the music and anime mostly, I see. Always kind of love Japanese culture as well. You are studying Korean, but you don't get much input practice. Okay. Kinda had the sun realization if you start Japanese, you have way more casual input practice, but I don't know a single thing yet. I see. What are your sources of casual input practice? Since you started learning Korean, right? That means that you must have had some sort of prior experience to secondary language acquisition. So are you going to adapt or learn anything from the process of learning Korean to Japanese? That might be a starting point. Because you said you don't get much input practice. But now that you have input practice, how does that make it different? Like, can you use your casual input practice to be a starting point for learning Japanese? If they aren't part of your learning thing, I'm not entirely sure if that makes it any different from Korean. That might be a good place, you know. I'm not there's also the question of, since you tried to learn Korean, what is it that you consider as input and what is it that you consider as practice? I'm not entirely sure what I'm like out of the blue about casual input practice. WaniKani is not I would say, if I had to guess, right, I'm overstepping a little, while you write about what you refer to as casual input and practice. So I'll define what I think you or I may consider as casual. Casual would mean immersion. Input would be either reading or listening. And then practice would mean repeat things you know. So to go back to, since I asked you the question, to go back to, is WaniKani an excellent start? WaniKani is not casual, so you'll have to make time for it. Casual is something that's required in immersion, and oftentimes it's like 2 birds with 1 stone. In this case, WaniKani is not casual because you have to make time for it. It's going to be outside of your schedule. And then it is largely like 80% reading, dominant as a form of input. And then there's like 20% listening. But the listening is like the act of the input. And for practice, it's kind of like 80% practice and 20% learning. So that could help. Immersion was the correct word, you think? Like just surrounding yourself with the language, you realize you didn't have much interest in the immersion part of learning Korean? I see. At least with Japanese, you think you have a lot of more immersion alongside the studying? Okay. So, if any of this is attractive to you, I can say things in a context of this. So, WaniKani is not casual. So, you'll have to... And it's not a form of immersion. For example. So... You'll have to set time aside. It does like add to your schedule. So if you don't really like the idea of adding something to your schedule outside, that can be a thing that you want to consider. For myself, an hour to 2 hours a day So we have to keep that in mind. Not quite casual friendly. And then for the inputs, it's looking at kanji, right? It's reading kanji all the time. So that also means that it might not lead to your casual immersion thing, because kanji does not compose itself in sentences or context. So you could find that a little bit exhausting, that it might not complement your immersion, because kanji studies are loosely, it requires a bridge to get to your casual input practice, right? And then for practice, this WaniKani does in spades, because it's practice kanji. When you're learning, you can make the schedule. You can make the schedule so that you learn something each day if you want. You'll probably find that out pretty quickly if you start using WaniKani. You can like pace yourself, basically. I don't really do that, but in the end of the day, you're going to spend more than 80% of your time practicing. Basically, despite getting lessons every day, you can pace yourself to get the lessons every day, like a new kanji or something, or a new vocabulary word each day. Practice, your reviews take up 80% of the time. So you will be drilling. And the drilling in this application is strictly relied on repetition. So if you're talking about what WaniKani has to offer, WaniKani specifically has an 80-20 mix, where your repetition of it is what it has to offer. What you do with the repetition is definitely up to you. So you could like make it related to your immersion or something like that. So WaniKani is not casual friendly. It is a very specific type of input. So you're going to you have to ask yourself if you enjoy that type of input. The input is very kanji specific. And then the practice, if you like learning new things, like your motivation from doing things is learning new things, it's not quite WaniKani. WaniKani doesn't give you that feeling a lot of times of like consistent, explosive, or exponential learning. It's more practice and consistency. So keeping up with WaniKani is kind of the first obstacle a lot of times when people enjoy and learn a language, but they want to emphasize immersion and some casual input practice, as I think you're describing it. So to put it into a little bit more context, if it's a good place to start for what you're describing right now, kind of hard to tell. You know, WaniKani is available. WaniKani is available for you to try with no time limit. For the first like 100-ish characters, I believe that's what they changed it to. So this, in my opinion, would be sufficient time, I think, for someone to determine if they want to do that. To give you an idea of the 100 characters, we'll typically use the number 2000, right? 2000 characters. So whatever time period or estimation experience you get, you can attempt to extrapolate it to 20 times that length. For myself, the projected time is to see these 2000 characters. I'll be ending it somewhere around July of 2026. And I started in January of 2025. So and I can say this because WaniKani uses WaniKani relies on consistency. It is built on the principle of SRS, which people have popularized as the terminology. You can probably, if you go to school or go to university, it probably is a different name. So consistency is tough. So I want to be transparent about this. It is often maybe an excellent recommendation for someone who simply likes to do something, and the reward center of that performance is not the major driver. That is something to be very strongly considered, because I think this creates a large deal breaker. After perusing like over a year looking at the WaniKani forums, one of the major deal breakers, and often a source of regretful complaint, is if you're not someone who likes to do something consistently that is outside casual input, because you have to make time for it. So WaniKani requires your time, and it can drain someone pretty consistently. And oftentimes the reason why this is a deal breaker is it can impact your casual input. You can have fatigue carrying into your casual input. So that's something to consider. If you really like the sound of it, where you're simply doing something, having something to do each day, that WaniKani is an excellent place to start, because it keeps you busy, it makes you feel like you're constantly doing something related to Japanese. So it's more of a hardcore input source. It allows you to develop a new habit. That's one of the things that WaniKani probably offers. It helps you develop a new habit in wanting to look at kanji specifically, which is it would be part of learning Japanese. So it can provide that type of ingrainment, and then it would take up some of your time. So in the future, when you're using WaniKani, each and every day you'll be thinking to yourself, I should look at some kanji today. If you're waking up and saying, I don't have time to look at kanji today, WaniKani can start to stack up, and it can often feel like very demoralizing. So something that I like to highlight when I'm asking people's motivations. I'm doing better than you? That's kind of interesting. I wonder how you did, WaniKani. Yeah, I don't use WaniKani for WaniKani's sake. So I'm not entirely sure we can be comparable. But I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah. No worries. Again, you can still try WaniKani up to the first 100 characters. The first 100 characters would take up, the first time would take up about a month, I would say. A safe thing would be a month's time. You'll be able to give yourself a solid, probably over a month's time to figure out if you want to, like, all right, some of that sounds interesting. Let's go try it for a month and see what happens. Again, I think they lifted the time limit, so you'll learn 100 characters if anything comes out of it. Yeah, no worries. All right, so okay. calendar.
Koyomi.
I usually focus on behavioral, so it may be like in the future if you're interested in other things and you wanted to share your thoughts and whatnot. Most of the time, my question, like the things that I answer, typically deals with process-oriented things. So I answer questions based on people's decision making, as opposed to like deciding for you what's important. I ask typically what is important to them, like their wants and needs, and then you evaluate what a product has and offer things that are relevant to their wants and needs. And most of the time it's focusing on learning, the process of learning, and not necessarily I have a lack of focus on results. I think you'll probably be able to get the results on most apps landing page. Like if you flip to their app, they'll probably tell you the possibilities, the potentials of their results. And I am successful not because I'm results oriented. I'm successful because I understand the learning process, or my learning process anyways, and then try to understand the learning process of people. So what gets you the finish line, like all the steps and things that may affect you to get to the finish line, not what the finish line looks like. So if you're looking at that 2,000 characters, I'm looking at your first 10, your first 100, your first 200. This stuff is important to me. So if someone's asking for my advice or like maybe some commentary, it's usually, what does it feel like? What are the things that will get you to that finish line? But this finish line is not the point.
Kumoru. Hanra.
May I ask what your personal background is? And DMS? Like, what have you been doing with Japanese? What have you been watching or listening to in Japanese? And you say you always kind of love Japanese culture. What is it about Japanese culture as interesting to either of you?
Bore. Ryu. Katamari.
You've been reading mostly books and manga. That's why you focus a lot on kanji. I see. What are you currently reading? Honestly, a lot of Miku. Fair enough. Miku is a solid first choice. You found love of Vocaloid music. Okay, all over again. Have you listened to Miku's sister? Coincidentally, one of Miku's sister is AI or I, so no relation to the current AI boom. But I is a pretty interesting Vocaloid sample. The person who generated, or the people who generated I, had a different philosophy than Miku. I don't know if you know into the family of Vocaloids, like all of Miku's siblings, but she has quite a lot of siblings, which if you get into Vocaloid music, you'll probably come across them most of the time. Sekai kara, sekai kara neko, neko ga yeta nara. Cats disappear from the world? If cats disappear from the world? That's interesting. Oh, it's yeah, I can it's one of those. Fair enough, fair enough. If cats disappear from the world, huh? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Kieta nara. Yeah. If cats disappear from the Did not know she has siblings? Yeah, some of the siblings are pretty interesting. There's what were the twins' name? Rin and Ren? Rin and Ren are a pair of twins. They're always Vocaloids that are placed together. And then I is a pink-haired moniker character. It's much more interesting than Tao suggests. I can imagine. I had my fair share of manga and books in Japanese. Yeah, yeah. Rin and Den are Miku's part of Miku's siblings, part of the super family. If you see a pink-haired one, like a long pink-haired one, it's probably I. I is the other one. I think there is one other that's pretty common, but I don't remember the name. They're over like the last like 10 years. There were varying people who like Vocaloid music, and they're very particular about which sibling is their preferred sibling once they like dive deeper into Miku, like related to Vocaloid stuff. Kyowaku. So, when are you deciding to start your Japanese language learning journey? Is this part of your career by any chance? Like, do either of you have any relatable career things with Japanese? I don't. I'll personally share my own thing. No, purely a hobby. Fair enough. Fair enough.
魂
What do they want this? Probably something like yeah. Let's see. Same, just a hobby. All right. What do you guys do for your professional background? If you guys are working on your professional background, I often ask this to kind of frame learning, because professional backgrounds, or what you do on a daily basis, or like how you learn and acquire things through obligation, is kind of related to how I would understand how you approach learning. It's alright if you say it's too personal. That's perfectly alright. I usually meet students most of the time when I'm doing this. The large majority of people are either in education or balancing education with some time of part-time job, something like that. I think a lot of the success of acquiring a new life skill that would include lifelong hobbies. Not all hobbies are lifelong, but individuals who intend on making their hobbies a lifelong thing often can derive a lot of particular useful techniques from their typical lifestyles. Like lifestyle choices, habits.
熟成
Eh? Sure. Oh, not mansion, but manor. Manor is what they used. That's fine.
バイキン
Challenge.
眺める
Oh, what is the act of Edu? Oh no, this is just there. What am I? Okay.
「最近
In
殺菌
Speaking of Korean at the interface of Japanese, have you watched Solo Level? Solo Leveling? Anuda?
かける
Oops. Okay. Oh. Okay.
かけ
That's a typo.
情
Oh.
報
Oh, that's fine.
旧暦 嵐
Arashi. Nope. Yes? No.
影
Okay.
かける
Kakeru.
年頃
叫び 狂う
Kuru.
狂気
Yoki.
新名
Inme.
脚本
Yakuhon. Oh no, that's not.
Tofugu.
Tofugu.
住む。
住む。How do I make things like right, maybe, or maybe like to
嫁。
金、手頃、
貸し付き。船。
船。Dang, I really got carried away on that one. Or no, actually, yeah. Interesting.
若い頃、
Oh no.
霊園、かなり、
排水溝。
My day has been going alright, Crocodile. Nice to see you. Hello, hello again. Daily hello. What are you up to today?
呪い。
鳥肌、
磨き。
素粒子、
山岳。
叫び声、
叫び声. Finish work? Now you're getting some gaming in before you go pick up the kids? Oh, what are you playing at the moment, Crocodile?
肌、
肌. Oh, 頭. Blank.
滝。
近頃、
Right now, A factory game called Cubatory. Oh. When are you gonna graduate to Satisfactory? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Although there is a really fun one called a Zachtronics game. Oh, what is the Zachtronics game called? There's also that one called Factorial, but hang on. I just wanted to do a shout out to Zachtronics. It's kind of like a logic one. What is it called? Oh, Infinifactory. Infinifactory. Interesting. I did come across this one. It was recent. Pretty low-key indie game. If you're ever interested, Satisfactory is nice, although you haven't played in many years. Yeah, many years would be an understatement for where Satisfactory is now. Let's see. Back in the days of early access. You ever played Oxygen Not Included?
Miso.
Agedashi.
Juku.
Juku. Almost go.
Taku. Zenra.
Onigiri.
Konogoro.
I play video games too, just in very particular periods that when I have time. No, but you watch a YouTuber do challenge playthroughs called Grind This Game? Oh, okay. That sounds about right. Yeah, I splatter here and there now because of making it related to language learning while I'm doing it. So most of the games that are planned as something related to language learning or executing on language or output, some sort of output. Not this month though. This month is the high intensity triple stacking by coincidence how the schedule will work out month.
Aseri.
Grind this game, huh?
Sunka.
Sunka. What else can I say? Moment of free time. A moment of free time should be acceptable for this. What was their phrasing for this? Maybe like moments leisure. Okay.
Seireki.
How are you liking the game? Kubetori. I don't know why I said like Kubetori. Kubetori. Kubetori.
Hoang.
Chrysanthemum. That was cool. Tosk. Anthem. Good.
Kobune.
Open it.
いつ頃。
No.
霊感。
You like that you only get a limited game space to maximize your factory instead of the usual starter base, then move on to creating a larger one elsewhere. You have to keep on refining what you have. Yeah. Optimization and then expansion, optimization and expansion. Have you ever played games like Townscaper? It's not Townscaper, Islandscaper. The particular one that I played was, I forgot what it's called, Islanders, but those type of games, they deal with like creating clusters and circuits, but it's often consistently always placed from the center, and then it's not about like moving more starter bases and whatnot, but they simply wipe the board and then escalate by starting from the beginning again. So it's like a process oriented thing. I keep forgetting. There's a new one. I think it's by Derek. Nope. Let's see if I can find it. It doesn't have an English name, I don't think. Let's see if I can pull it up. I mean, Islanders is a great example of it, but there is a game associated with it that is not in English. What is it called? I mean, there's Kingdoms and Castles. Oh, Dorf Romantique. Dorf Romantique is pretty interesting. Kind of like a tile-based game. It's off. They're largely inspired by the tabletop games and whatnot, where you like put tiles next to each other and they interact. So it's the act of just placing tiles and then you expand and quote unquote make your choice. Can you write that last one? Yeah, Dwarf. Bro, I don't know how to say it. It's obviously in a different language, but I that's how I remember it. Dwarf, Roman, and then Teak. But this one's pretty good. I played a game called Islanders, which is it's kind of a, it preceded this and it's just on a smaller scale. It's called Tile. These games, I would refer to them as tile placing. Yeah, tile placing games, they're really, it feels like a factory building thing, but it's incredibly limited. What it does is you are restricted to a specific space and then you place tiles. And what you're doing is you keep playing to optimize the space. This is a classic like tabletop. A lot of times tabletops, you literally have these tiles. Like Catan, sort of, yeah, like Catan. Only this is for your own amusement, your own optimization. So yeah, tabletop games often use this tile placement, you know, the tile placement system. And these ones are really cute. They allow you to build, like, they encourage you to build the city, then start over, and then try to build the city better. And then they keep going and going. So it's often about optimizing the space you were given. The Dwarf game expands on it. It's like a wider reach. Islander is constricted to, as the name refers, it constricts you to an island. So that stuff can be really cathartic. Like super comfy. You click and you see if you can, you're given tiles, you're fed tiles, so you're trying to constantly build and make the best tile choices. And over time, you can see yourself, like, your efficiency grow despite having the same amount of space. Your tile placement and the way you optimize how to set up things and whatnot, your little like modular sets and then creating clusters and whatnot kind of clicks together. Incredibly elegant in design, but very cathartic for the mind. Okay. What? Oh.
涼風
Yofu. Yeah. Oh, they are? Yeah, usually it's pretty dirt cheap. Those indie games are pretty dirt cheap. I buy games on my like summer, you know, during summer sale and winter sale. I confine myself to them, but anytime they're on sale is usually like $2 if at all. I do enjoy titles like Cube Theory, like the Cube Factory game. I play quite a lot of those smaller logic based like tabletop homages. They keep the brain going, you know. It's quite stimulating to kind of exercise the good old noodles before, and not like so expansive that can be overwhelming. But electronics games, if you want to like understand logical circuits, electronics games, like these past weeks I've been talking about logical, I was applying logics to like someone's problem or like discussing things. Electronics games, this guy Zachary, I forgot his last name, unfortunately. I only remember his first name because it's in his thing. Zachary here, he is a CS person. I don't know what level of CS, maybe possibly even I'm pretty sure he does he has a profession in like coding, but all of his games are designed by him and they are done using logical systems, and they're like a more modest version of logical systems. So if you're ever interested in how logical can you be and you just want to like keep your brain spry with logical circuits and whatnot, electronics, this guy, he tries to adapt kind of the logic systems that you would use for rationale in computer science and whatnot, and then they try to adopt it into like a gamery system to get you in line. Like, for example, how do you like, what are the steps it takes to open a door, for example? You have, yeah, Opus Magnum, but yet to play it much. Yeah, I've played Shenzhen Chem Lab, and his first one, TIS 1000, and the way this guy does it can make you, it's a fun tester to see all the interesting ways you can think about things, and sometimes it can have its own rewards when you're trying to come up with a solution and it's like a way different suboptimal solution, and you realize, whoa, that's neat, let's go see other people's solutions and then modify their solutions and whatnot. And Zectronics, the reason why I say it's modest is the scope is shrunk down so that it can be digestible. So Opus Magnum takes your stages and he finds a way to kind of limit the scope so that it doesn't feel like you're working with like 1,000 things. Cause in things like in life, right, when you're thinking, oh, how do I improve my diet, and you start thinking, well, if you go on the internet, you're gonna find like hundreds to 200 to hundreds of variables, and then you have to trust someone to condense and simplify that. Yeah, however, in a game form, it's actually quite stimulating, right? They provide enough rigidity and restrictions so that you're forced to make more with less. So you're constantly trying to refine while being in the constraint system. And I think when you were describing how you like that idea that you're constantly, right, refining what you're doing, Zectronics, like Zachary, I think is his first name, all his games are pretty much built on that principle. You can create incredibly complex logical systems with very few foundations. And you know me, I'm all about that foundations, building on top of that foundations. Whenever someone, comes at me and say, oh, it's not that simple, I'm like, but let's try to make it simple enough so that you can test it, right? That's the goal. And I feel like people who make games like that, logical systems, and the game that you're playing, Cube Tori, that is one of the quintessential things about the indie like design area, especially on Steam. Like the indie breakouts, they tend to be the ones where they gave themselves a very narrow constraint and they optimized for that constraint. Like, for example, Bloon TD, like tower defense games, very smaller scope, but testing all of the possibilities is its elegance. There's also, like, if you're familiar with Japanese games, Sokoban, I don't think there is a, I I think. How you spell? So Sokobomb could be Sokobomb. No, Sokobomb games, box pushing games. There's one that I played before called Monsters Expedition, on the recommendation of someone I know. You'll probably see his name. Fictitious is in the Discord. Sokobong games are incredibly restrictive, but it's because of the restrictions that they have to be clever in the box pushing. There's this common like funny meme in more modernized contemporary gamers where they're like, why does this Japanese game constantly have some form of box pushing? It's so pervasive that even Western developers add some sort of box pushing mechanic, like puzzles, right? Your classical push box this way, push back, but you can only push. You can only push. Sometimes you can pull. So this is kind of the idea of what makes those games really wonderful. They're so restrictive, but you gotta get clever. You gotta get clever. There was one that is absurd, and I haven't gotten a chance to play, but Fictitious did. Baba Is You, which combines logics puzzles, logics, like syllogistic logic, and box pushing. I really do enjoy like puzzle games. Puzzle games are adjacent to simulation games, like games about optimization, changing your gears, right? Optimizing your builds, and then challenging them or simulating the result. Really, really wonderful ways to feel rewarding to the mind, at least in my opinion. All right, enough nerding out to that part. I think Opus Magnum is probably his, arguably one of his most well-received ones. They're all like well-received because it's a niche group. So if you buy his electronics game, typically you already am committed to know what you're getting. So lots of niche games tend to benefit from that on Steam, for example. Kind of like all your visual novel games, you know what you're buying, so oftentimes they're very well received by the target audience, the audience that is purchasing it. Okay, what do we got? We got
開口曇り
あ、
湿気、
湿気、
小
小
遣い
遣い、小遣い。Excuse me. So you're picking up your kids. I imagine one of them is in primary school at this point, right? So,
潰す
this
かける、
戻り道
Whoops.
懸命
Grade 2? Oh man. they're gonna that little one's gonna rapidly grow up in front of your face. Grade 2. May I ask what do grade 2 students do right now in Australia where you are? I'm not I'm actually pretty way out of touch when it comes to early education. Especially anything before high school. And on top of that, outside, you know, in a different country. If I had to relate to my grade 2, can I think that far back? Probably working on the thing I can remember is basic sentence structure and like your arithmetic. Can't recall anything else though. Probably arithmetic and sentence structure. Kind of funny that we're talking about sentence structure. But the sentence structure is more of the immersion type, where the teacher tells you a sentence and then they teach you what the sentence is saying. Not like in middle school or high school where they're teaching you grammatical structure, like linguistic structure, where it's a unified patterns and whatnot. But more so like how to express something in a sentence and then write it in a sentence. I still remember drilling like cursive in like first or second year, or grade 1 or grade 2. You had those like aided line paper to write, and then probably some like handcrafts art related thing, like making stuff out of paper. Yeah. So much of primary school is not vivid in my mind. I have other thoughts that are far more vivid in primary school. Okay, goodness, right? Do you recall anything from your second grade? I imagine a lot of your watching your child is triggering some of your old memories, perhaps. I mean, obviously you might have chosen to block it all out. That is certainly a thing that does happen. I imagine there's got to be some triggers here and there as you're seeing your child in second grade. Yuisho tadashi.
由緒正しい
Aikyo. Ne? Oh. 配慮。
配慮。引く。
応募する
Maike, no. Oh no. I can eyebrows. Eyebrows. How do I eyebrow? I thought it was like yeah? Oh wait. No. Definitely K. Oh wait. No, I ain't no. Mayuke. It doesn't sound right. Yume. Yeah, Mayuke. Mayuke.
眉毛
Mayuke. Yeah. Okay. A lot of addition and subtraction for math. In writing, they have been writing sentences starting with after and before. Ah, okay. And a lot of learning about emotions. Red hat and blue hat, stuff like that. Oh, that's kind of cute. I really should go over... hear me out. I often thought... Obviously, you can't predict the future, but I often thought I would have the same discussions nowadays with a more refined understanding of an elementary school student, because there was a high, maybe a slight chance that I would have a little one of my own. So I would be able to like go over these things, right? Be able to partake in their elementary school things. So I really hadn't found an opportunity to kind of run over what is it like nowadays to go through primary school and middle school. Addition and subtraction. I see. Yeah, it's hard to know even when the transition happens to concept. Like when in school, do you happen to remember when you transition from foundational communication skills to like conceptual stuff? I don't remember anything like strongly conceptual before 6th grade. It's pretty wild to think how many years it really honestly takes to build the foundations of like semantics and syntax as a human, right? I understand there are genius. You can always like cherry pick a genius out there or a prodigy or something. But thinking too far back for you? Oh, okay. Like, it's so tough to define where it is. I think it was like, so when you get into middle school is when they shift from syntax, like understanding basic syntax, right? Like all the little parts that you're learning. And then you transition into higher concepts, like concepts that deal with combining the conceptual stuff, like what is the idea of geology, what is the idea of geography, and systems of rules and whatnot. I genuinely do not remember too much. Oh, I do remember a couple of things in primary school. Melody, right? Lots of melody and stuff. So music. So quite most of the stuff in primary school that I remember is all immersion based visceral things. So hearing acuity, so like music and singing, and oftentimes I still remember I sung things without actually knowing what the singing meant. So like you do a lot of listening to things and whatnot, but most of it is more like, oh, you hear it, but you're not quite sure if you understand the concepts of it yet. Like, I still remember singing like Christmas songs and like Thanksgiving songs. You understand the idea of what it involves, like the actions of what it is, but not the concepts of what a holiday is or something like that. So interesting. At some point, I don't know when it transitions, when you start developing learning experiences through your own actions. I spent so long away from that, it almost feels like it's hard to imagine a time when I couldn't conceptualize observational skills and coming to one's own conclusions and deductive reasoning. Like, that's basically what I'm trying to remember. When was the first time, or how far back does a child go before they develop deductive reasoning? There is input, there is like intuition. Like, children do intuit a lot of these things. There was a really fun video. I'm not sure if you watch SciShow at all. Or like you like SciShow stuff. It's a great source to like sparingly like share with your child, maybe as a YouTube thing. But SciShow, Hank Green's one of Hank Green's projects. SciShow, they did a segment about children's intuition, like early children's, like what higher concepts, like concepts that you would think like less than 3 years old, like very early on. Hello there, Beth. Hello. And here's one. Loopholes is one of them. So they list about like 10 things. It's either 8 to 10 things about what children can conceptualize before like maybe the age of 5 or something. Most of them came before 3, and one of them is loopholes. It's pretty wild how intelligent, like, I'm not saying we were dumb, you know, like kids take a really long time to do higher concept stuff, but there are particular advanced concepts that children do and intuit without the conceptual understanding of it yet. And one of them is loopholes, which I imagine you, Crocodile, as a father, probably have noticed that at least your little kiddos have the capacity to understand how to condition to get stuff. And oftentimes they, at a very early, it's less than 3 years old, they can circumvent and understand the concept of shortcuts immediately. So that's one of the things that whenever someone says like, oh, why do we get better, or why do we get more efficient when we do the same thing over and over again? And if you're wondering, I'm only bringing this up because that's the beginning of our conversation today, where we were talking about cube theory. The concept of loopholes is tied with the concept of shortcuts, and shortcuts typically mean optimization. So despite being a child, right, when you're very limited in your scope, you, like, children are fantastically able to optimize things when they're restricted. And that is really wild. The other one is lying. The concept of lying occurs before before 5. And then there's others, like your standard ones that people know for sure is object permanence, right? Object permanence is one of the earlier things, their concepts. But then at some point, I think it's gonna be somewhere around 5th or 6th grade, at the transition of primary school to secondary school, is when reason and logic will start to come in for the conceptual phase of it. I'm so like if we stay knowing, like, if we stay in contact, Crocodile, I would love to hear or inspire at least you to be interested in some way, looking at how your child just becomes like a reasoning machine at some point, you know, for better or for worse. Obviously, when your child becomes a teenager, eventually they'll use this reason and logic against you, but you know, you gotta work on your logic skills, because you're gonna be engaging with your child through logic and reason at some point. But for now, right, between 5th and 6th grade, they do that already. Isn't it amazing how fast, like, you one day they can barely form sentences, and another day they're talking back to you, that's so crazy. Like, humans are indeed incredibly remarkable things. Oh, and he is learning Chinese. Oh, interesting. You didn't have language learning back in your primary and high school? Yeah, I had language as a mandatory thing in high school, but not early on. Yeah, not early on. That's neat. Oh, you're gonna have to learn Chinese then, Crocodile. The heck? We can speak Chinese together. Maybe your child can teach you Chinese. That'd be very cute. Chinese, that's interesting. So you live in an area where Chinese is populated? Are you near like a metropolitan area or like a cultural hub? That's really neat. I feel like I hear it more and more common now, even in the United States. Whenever someone says like, "Oh yeah, you know, we learned Chinese," and like, "Oh, mine was your classic 3, German, Spanish, or French in high school." You had to spend a couple, like a month or 2 in all 3, and then follow up on one of them. That was the idea. And then in college, I followed up on Spanish as one of my general education requirements.
本類だ
Only that. Okay. I try to stay remotely on task today. Remotely. How
避ける
are you doing, Beth? How's it going? What are you up to? We met, if you can see in the chat history, we met a couple peeps. Another person who's looking to start their language learning journey at some point. I don't know if they're around anymore. I don't have like a counter but someone who's interested, asking your usual questions. A fellow Vocaloid lover, I suppose. I'm not sure why I said fellow Vocaloid lover. I guess I do listen to Vocaloid to some extent. I don't know if you do, Beth, if you're into that. You said you were very particular about your vocals, so does that include Vocaloids, who happens to be mirrored by female samples? I don't know. And then it strikes to me as DMF is quite an intermediate person. Another level 60 person, because they said it took them 750 days to finish WaniKani. So, okay, a little bit of an uncomfortable interaction today. Oh, uncomfortable, you say? Do share with discretion, of course.
カバン
Okay. Yeah, feel free to tease a little bit if you're able to.
Genshi Bakudan.
Heavy topic. The atomic bomb is a heavy topic.
募集中。
Hmm. I was gonna write soda. It's a radical for you. What? Oh.
Kamu. 取り戻す。
Oh, you were sharing a historical pop cultural thing. Oh boy. That you found out about and people just kind of played down its importance. So you were the minority in this group, in this interaction, huh? Played down its importance. Did you find its importance? Like, try me. You can be more specific you like, but point was just it just seemed disrespectful. The historical cultural thing that you shared, or it was disrespectful that they played down its importance despite how it intrigued you? Is that where you're going with that? Like, people made it feel like whatever you said was not important despite you wanted to share it. That's kind of, yeah, if you're saying if that seemed disrespectful, I honestly think it did. It generally does. The way they played it down. Yeah. Well, you know me. I'm gonna play it up to your chagrin or your embarrassments. Oftentimes I play things up, so I guess there's pros and cons about that. But if you were to share that pop cultural thing with me, I would probably try to expound upon it, right? Make people feel inclusive. However, I imagine they didn't mean any ill intent or any maliciousness. Sometimes when you're in a group, right, and you're saying, you probably heard this before, maybe that person was just being blunt and genuine about their disinterest in what you said, but I can only imagine how it would feel if you're the only one in the group that seems to find it intriguing. Like, it's kind of like coming into a group and say, hey guys, I really like this. It's like, well, it's a shame none of us actually cares. And I'm like, wow, thanks. I'm gonna go take my enthusiasm and go somewhere else. You feel like not really. They just, how they are, a little jokey too. Fair enough, fair enough. Other schools do Indonesian. Oh, Indonesian because it's your closest country, yeah. I was expecting Indonesian for, like, definitely the island, right? SEA area of languages. Indonesian's a really interesting language for a very different reason. It is often considered as one of the slightly macro languages that are how some, like, I would say cursorily, the word on the street is Indonesian has a very, like, naturalistic language. And what I mean by that is it's not rigid, it doesn't have high rigidity like Japanese, and then it doesn't have like incredibly intricate nuances per se like Chinese. But what I mean is it's like a people's language, like a foreigner's friendly language, which it's also kind of reflexive of where Indonesia is. And That's kind of interesting. I don't know this for sure. I'm more like echoing some of the stuff that I keep hearing crop up. You've heard others do Japanese, I see. And you haven't heard of anyone doing European language. It's kind of funny you say that when you say European language, and when I think when I'm laughing, right? I'm laughing for two reasons. But one is like it's funny that European languages. But when the other thing I'm laughing about is when I think of Spanish, I'm not thinking about a European language. I'm thinking about Latin America. So what I mean is, yes, I understand where the origin of Spanish came from, but I would even say that due to the geographical separation and the long history and gestation, we can rationalize that when I'm speaking Spanish, I think a lot of people who are in Europe, like in Spain, would say, yeah, that's Latina. It's Hispanic Spanish. And I'm like, I'm okay with that. The idea is it makes me laugh because if I said that I was learning Spanish, I wouldn't immediately think to qualify that as a European language, if you know what I mean, because the nuances of language can separate so sufficiently that even the people who speak those languages would try to diversify them, like Brazilian Portuguese, for example. So funny, haven't heard of anyone doing European language. And my first thought is, yeah, I don't think I've learned a European language. And then someone will say, well, you said you learned Spanish. And I'm like, yeah, but Hispanic Spanish. I've rarely ever talked to anyone who's from Spain. That kind of thing, which is interesting. It's like a funny double standard, or not really double standard, but a double standard that people use. Like, it's their language when they want to claim it, but then it's not their language when it needs to differentiate. And my first thought is, well, it's both. I'm not very good. If I have to listen to Spanish, I'm like, what? So would you qualify the Spanish that I know as European language? Yeah, that's funny. I mean, we speak English, right? You're Aussie. So we still have that contention. Like I'm down with trying to learn how to speak Aussie English. I'm just saying, like, maybe if I didn't choose to learn Japanese or Chinese, I could have spent most of this time learning how to acquire new accents. And those accents are really, in my mind, a pattern of enunciation. So when you understand enunciation patterns, then you can break it down to acquiring that accent. Not that, you know, I would love to just randomly start speaking Aussie English right now. Like, I don't even have an impersonation other than trying to imagine Steve Irwin as best as I can, which I can't. You know, bless his soul, right? His unfortunate early death, but I wouldn't even try to attempt to sound like an Aussie. Even a stereotypical one, or like a representative one. Do it. I'll give you a score. No. You're gonna have to give me some time. Maybe a little down the road. All right. Maybe a little bit down the road. I'll try to surprise you one day. But you would love to share if you're curious about the concept? Yeah, sure. As a student, you might even know it, or at least be interested in it. Sure, Beth. I know. Hear me out, Beth. This is, I might have to put my foot in my mouth immediately after this, but I do know a lot of cursory knowledge. So I do have a lot of understanding of surface level stuff. So if it's like a pop cultural thing, I probably know something about it, or something relevant to it. So yes, it would be most definitely likely. Okay, you'll give you a pass day. Alright. Good. Because my other impressions suffer even more. Like, I'm consistently surrounded by interacting with people with with English accents, and yet I haven't really taken the time to internalize them. So what I mean by that is if you and I chatted for quite a long time, I might end up sounding like Ozzy, but I've never really mechanically broke down how to forcefully make the accent. So like I don't want to do an impersonation of someone. I want to understand the mechanics of the accent. So if I were ready to pull out an Aussie accent, I would be able to explain it to the best of my ability. That's kind of why I rarely ever overreach. So whenever someone asks, oh yeah, all right, well, why don't you just speak some Chinese right now? And I'm like, I need something to explain. So that's kind of my skittish moment about doing impersonations, because I think impersonations is a thing of talent or like enthusiasm, and the last time I checked, there wasn't anyone outside yourself currently. It's like, oh yeah, wouldn't it be cool to hear what an American's impersonation of an Aussie is through its mechanical understanding? I think there's a kind of a audience for that, possibly. Well, it's sort of pop culture. It's traditional Japanese comic storytelling called rakugo, sure. And you learned about it because a musician you like will be involved in a book project writing about rakugo or something like that. Oh, okay. And I don't understand how one could downplay rakugo. I mean, I don't understand how you could downplay a 400-year-old like story mechanic. I don't understand why how would they downplay something like that? That's crazy. Did they like compare it to, I don't know, contemporary projects? That's kind of... I thought maybe when you said historical pop culture thing would be more like, oh yeah, right, like this ramen shop has been doing this thing for 30 years, and then someone's like, well, you know, that's kind of like just trendy. Yeah, like contemporary stand-up. Just like a little disrespectful. Yeah, oh, so they compared it to contemporary stand-up. Fair enough. Did they even mention manzai or something? Like, I'm guessing they probably said something about like Osaka. Or Osaka's brand of manzai or something. Which, honestly, it's comparing like pop culture with pop culture. Sort of speak. That's weird. I see what you mean. That's kind of an uncomfortable. I feel like that's a bit of an uncomfortable place. No, they had no idea about those things. Oh, okay. I wonder what Japanese contemporary stand-up is like. I still watch like manzai stuff from Osaka, which is, to me, is considered pop culture. Just like the way you're considering pop culture for rakugo. There's also like imperial music, like what is it, gagaku stuff, right? That's kind of trendy because of the content material. Like when you have royal, like imperial music and whatnot, it can be in anime, for example, something like related, trendy like that. We all learned about rakugo today. Oh, I see. Wait, then if you guys all learned about it, I don't see how it's... Man. These are your friends, right, Beth? Or are we talking about like a classroom setting or some sort of peer pressure trendy thing? If you're learning about rakugo, how would it be not important? It's kind of like going into a Japanese class and say, ah man, Japanese is not very important. Oh, okay. Like, oh, that very part of Japanese is not important. Like, but we're in a Japanese class. You know? Hear me out. Anecdotally speaking, this does still happen. No, it was at work. Oh, okay. I see. Fair game. Fair enough. Fair game. But do you know what I mean? Like, you go into a math class and like, oh, you know, you're learning geometry at the time. It's like, geometry is not that important. Wait till we get to trigonometry. I'm like, my man, we're talking about math here. Both geometry and trigonometry are related to each other. Like rakugo and manzai, they're different forms of stand-up. Contemporary stand-up is later down the road to all those other things. So they're all related. You just saw a post about the musicians and now. Oh, I see. It's interesting. Uncomfortable. That's a great word. I would be a little uncomfortable too. More like uncomfortably concerned for their no, I'm kidding. I'm being a little belligerent now. I was gonna say something like more like uncomfortable for how ignorant they are. That's probably a little too much. I'm usually I rarely have those thoughts, but sometimes I try to be like a little comedic. Usually I have been told that I'm awfully I tend to be unintentionally funny when I'm trying to be offensive or like try to throw an insult. It becomes more of a funny train wreck than anything else. Like when I'm trying to throw like a diss or like a jab at someone, it comes off as like a lion meowing or something like that. So you mentioned it and it was cool at first, but you just don't get the disrespect. Yeah, maybe you weren't cheery enough. I'm kidding, Beth. Kidding. Maybe you needed to shout at them like, dude, aren't you guys pumped? You know, like, and then you flex and just do it, you know? That's kind of, is that what they were expecting? Like, oh. It's okay. You were probably a little too much as you got a little impatient at that. I see. That's fair enough. Well, rakugo is, ooh, there's history. That's history right there. I was talking about like classic rock sometimes, and nowadays people do be hitting up that math rock instead. You know, you can engage, oftentimes you can engage in things like that. I would say if I had something that happened to me, I would actually, hear me out. I'm not sure if you want to try to do this or not. I often try to relate the thing they're talking about to the thing that I was talking about, just to show that, well, both? Kind of like when someone says, oh yeah, trigonometry is where it's at. And like geometry, that's for like old people, you know, like kiddie people. And like, all right, well, I know enough about trigonometry and geometry. I can tell you how they're related to each other. And if you're interested in trigonometry, it wouldn't be so simple to ignore trigonometry without ignoring geometry if I can demonstrate to you that they're related. So often my snide, I do make a snide comment sometimes when someone says, oh, this is more important, and my snide comment tends to be, why not both? Like, instead of being excited for one thing, why not be excited for two things? The more the merrier, I would say. Like, I mean, if you want to be trite about it, I would say being interested in two things is better than one. And then they might make an argument like, but one's more important than the other. And my first thought is like, but if you're smart, why not both? I'm just saying, like, hey, I'm appealing to the greedy nature in humanity. So instead of wasting your energy downplaying someone's thing, why not bring it into your fold and the more the merrier situation? Obviously, there are excellent counter arguments that I've engaged in with these type of things. But yes, singling out and downplaying people's enthusiasm, it's kind of a someone's losing. Right. You like why not both as well. Yeah, it's just why not both? Open your heart. I can understand when someone says, oh, sorry, we don't have time to discuss that thing. Fair enough. I'm sorry. Sorry that I brought it up. Maybe another time when we have some time, we can talk about these things. Instead of saying like, oh, that's just not as important. Oh, okay. To be fair, you think these folks are just a little cynical about people who like arts just for historical merits? Oh, fair enough. So they specifically emphasize art for practical merits, like what is relevant now, right? Things like that, like things that affect your life now. But then again, if you think about it, like rakugo still exists now. That was the whole point of you bringing it up in the first place. It's connected to your existing interest. So an argument would be conveyed, but still it just made you a little mad or sad. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing. Unfortunately, I would say you would have to educate me on rakugo because I only know it superficially. In fact, I know far more things superficially, and the only way I get to learn them not superficially is when I get the other person to explain it to me. And now we have a memory attached to it. So maybe I will educate myself in some way. Perhaps I should go listen to a musician that is inspired by that concept. Do you happen to have an example? I know you had a particular musician in mind. I could go and check it out. Thank you for listening. Sadly, you don't know much either, since you just learned of it today. I see. Well, I'll give it a go. Like, I'll make a note. Yeah, I already have a tab. Make a note. Well, my YouTube feed and my Google feed will most definitely bring it up, since we've already talked about it. So if I have time today, hopefully I do, right? It's been a little tight lately. I'll see if I can drag something up that's interesting. May I ask, how is it that you learn it among your colleagues? Like, in what context is it that you learn about these things? How do you come across these things? What like prompt such discoveries? It almost feels like, do you work in music? I don't know. Like, my first thought is that now I'm placing you like in some sort of like comedy, entertainment, arts industry or something. You're just nonchalantly saying, "Oh yeah, me and my colleagues, we were just sitting around at our workplace and we're learning about the historical merits of rakugo from Japan." I'm like, how many work environments, places would you encounter content like that? Now I'm more interested in your environment. Like, how does that stuff even come up? I could understand if you went into a classroom or something about Japanese culture, or maybe some form of in performing arts or something. But that is pretty wild. Unless it's very common where you are. I'm not... I can assure you, I do not like walk around and suddenly learn about these things. No, you were just looking at Twitter. Oh, okay, Twitter post. It was announced on the band's feed that the guitarist was going to be involved in this project. Oh, okay. I see. Fair enough. Back. F. Let's see. X. Oh. Like. Atotsuki. There was a slow moment and you brought it up. Oh, okay. I see. Fair enough. Ato... Oh, no rendaku.
Atotsugi.
Atotsuki. And what is that? Trace? Like a monument? No. Alright. So we have trace. Oh, and air. So, still air. Okay.
Tsuyu.
Or actually, Deep L brought it up because you accidentally pressed the out loud translation button. Oh, that's interesting. Deep L can do that, huh? Man. What am I so embarrassed? Oh no, yeah. That's interesting. I really liked my workplace. Like what I mean is I really like being in a workplace environment because a lot of times I don't really have to speak to be inspired or enamored by someone. You can kind of see it as a nosy neighbor or something like that, but I genuinely like watching people go at it. Like, this is probably not the most ideal impression you might get, but let's say I was where you were, like with your coworkers, and you brought that I would still be the person who back in the day when I was in a work environment, I would sit there and I would analyze and look at how the group environment is happening. And then what I would do is I would elevate the one that is singled out and then try to influence the ones that are in the majority. Like I'm very much like a human resource kind of person, you know, that person that sits in the corner, or like the person like looking and like, okay, so do I think this group dynamic environment is working kind of situation. I always often find it very, very interesting. Like, do I understand if I could read you, right? Like if I can read them and read you, and I'm like, huh, how can we come up with a proposition or behavior to improve the workplace dynamics? That's kind of what I really love to do. And the reason why you have to do that is because when you're in a classroom environment, you know, when you have a class, you kind of need to get with the program on that too. And then when you work in a lab, well, you're working with your colleagues, the group dynamic is very important. So, wow. I think there would be a really funny thing to just double down. You go up to them the next day, it's like, well, hey, now it's not a historical pop thing. Let me get you the rundown. All right, you just like pull out a dry eraser board. It's like, all right, guys, I'm gonna give you the rundown of why this is important. This sounds like a skit from The Office or something like that. I don't know if you watch The Office. I sparingly watch The Office, like here and there. My constant think whenever I think about people around a table just like talking with each other and like spitting, I think of like skits that could fit in The Office. The Office, the show. Like, oh, okay. I'm the guy that leans on the side drinking his coffee, just staring at a group of people talking like, yep. Here's Beth. Classic Beth being unappreciated. Sorry. That's a little bit at your expense. And then my first thought was like, dude, Beth, just go in there. Just go in there. Double down. Just like, you know what? I'll tell you why this is important. Like, get them whiplash. It's like, let me break out my background information right here. You guys ready? Like, are you paying attention? Let's go through how let's go through how Rakugo influence all the things that you think are important. Right, meow. Right, meow. And then give them a talking to. Oh. Nature. Thanks for sharing. I won't try to belabor the part too much more.
依然
Then like still? I think it's something else. No, still. It's kind of like nature and doesn't check out very well. Nope. Audio. Hey. Now, doesn't it feel nice though, Beth? You just chat about it. I don't know if you do this too often, but whether it produces a resolution or not, I think there's often a great win-win condition when you're just trying to chat it up a little bit. Heck. Good. It does. I'm pretty sure my thoughts. Well, it's my pleasure. My pleasure. I'm glad you brought it up, like, or at least started the line of thought. Now you just gotta show your colleagues how cool Rakugo is. Yeah, when it comes to stand-up, I basically most of my exposure to Japanese stand-up is the straight man, you know, like the straight deadpan humor from like a straight man and the funny guy. And it's typically very generically, like I generically refer to it as the manzai thing that you see a lot of times, where you have someone being a goofball and someone who's telling it as it's straight. And I really enjoy that version elsewhere too, like in British comedy. British comedy has quite a lot of that. I actually am not that well versed in Australian comedy, but I wager that there are a couple of the comedians that I watch are actually Australian, and I'm just unaware of it or too ignorant to look at their backgrounds. But right now, my feed when it comes to comedy are like pretty much most of them are like Asian immigrants. Like YouTube feeds me Asian immigrant stuff because it checks the language learning thing and checks the multicultural thing that I mention a lot. And then of course I'm Asian American. So YouTube tends to feed me clips of comedians doing things that are, yeah, it's true stereotypically because statistically is likely to occur, and then it's comedians who can also save their butts and backtrack very cleverly because they understand that they're playing on stereotypes. Like that one comedian that constantly tries to pick out a Punjabi or something and then talk about like hotels and businesses and textiles or computer engineering, that kind of thing. Or this other one that came up now, I think he's Asian American based on his accent. He's possibly Taiwanese of heritage, and he was touring in Taiwan, and he was trying to like pick people from the audience, like, yeah, you know what I mean, everyone's a Buddhist Taoist here or something like that. And then he happens to pick an audience member that was a Christian that was born and raised in the country. And he's like, oh well, you're just the wrong type. I'm like, nice. And then like the audience participation is pretty nice. Like someone else jumps in, it's like, oh, we're Buddhist Taoist, and then it's like, yeah, see, there it is, there's the right Asians. And that kind of that type of comedy is what YouTube feeds me most of the time. And the thing about comedy and whatnot, which is kind of ironic because the whole thing that makes comedy or different types of art great is through the willingness and participation of the audience. So in a way, my snappy comeback is to someone who just like goes out of their way to show how trivial your thoughts are. It's like, man, you must be the life of the party. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that saying, but it plays in the back of my head where I'm like, hey guys, all right, we're studying we're using WaniKani again. Today is day 458, and someone comes in and is like, dude, WaniKani sucks. Why don't you go and immerse in something? Like, man, you must be the life of the party. You know, that kind of situation. Like, boy, you must be fun at parties. There's that guy that goes out of their way to rain on your parade. Like, yee. I used to be one of them, by the way, but largely because I have a lack of social skills. I was that kid where someone's like, oh yeah, this is great, come on, come and join, and I'd be like, they're like, dude, alcohol makes you dumb. I kid you not, like I was not great with social skills when I was younger. But obviously Beth, you sound like you're in a much more older environment, like a adult environment, which would consider public, like public courtesy and whatnot. But when I was younger, I usually refer to how socially inept I was, but because my priorities was trying to figure out cultural norms when I was younger. So I was that guy where if you wanted to hear what internet kids sound like these days, sometimes, like those who are hyperly objective, that's what happens. Where someone's like, oh yeah, this is such a fun water slide, and then my first thought is, but you can get injured on it. And then I would see myself in the opposite end now, where that person's probably telling me, boy, you are fun at parties. My first thought was, you don't have to drink, you know? You don't have to drink or partake or not. Like, just because you may not understand how someone is enthusiastic about it, being honest doesn't mean you can't be a jerk. And honestly, online, that is among the top 10 most precise, like, recurring miscommunications. Like, for real. Like, it is among the top 10 most recurring things. If you look at a short, go to the comment section, half of them would be someone stating something just because it's true, just because it's real. And the other half would be, boy, you're fun at parties. Right? It's the nature of it. And when I was younger, I was like that. Like when someone says something like, hey, oh, don't worry about it, I lost a point due to a silly mistake. And I'm like, hold on, that's not a silly mistake. You should be angry about this. Like, go correct the problem now. And then, no, it's fine, we're just gonna go and I'm, no, really, you need to correct this problem. That was me when I was younger. I couldn't read the room. Like, I had problems reading the room, basically. You mean you don't like drinking either, and you can't say you're about being snarky? Yeah, okay, I see. You're not fun at parties at all. I'm sure there's gotta be some particular parties, you know? What if it's a party about rakugo? You know, what if you went to a rakugo performance? I think that would be pretty appropriate. Hopefully you don't have an immediate go. Hopefully you don't have an immediate go at most things. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I tend to, it's one of those things, like, I don't mind people being blunt and direct, but you'll still feel a certain way, right? You'll still feel a certain way. It's what I mean when I say people inherently doesn't change. Like, intrinsically they don't change, but what they can do about it can change, or like can be modified and built on top. So like, yeah, it still feels like suck when someone literally singles you out and then have an entire party diminish your fire. At the same time, man, there's so many ways you can probably do something about that, and obviously some are less exciting or some are maybe a bit more confrontational than others. That we have, to some great extent, agency over. How we feel, yeah, certainly that doesn't often change dramatically. Humans are, wow, at the same time I was celebrating like crocodiles, a child growing up and watching them grow up. Humans are weird. Humans are interesting creatures. Gotta hand it to them. Happening. Oh, Rob is the word. Hi. What? Oh, did I screw up?
言葉遣い
You won't turn down a potluck, usually if you can work into your schedule. Oh, dude. Man. Potlucks. I learned what a potluck was way later in my life. But man, potlucks. That's the lifeline of a starving graduate student, as they call it. The funny memes. Whenever you hear potluck, you hear free food. And I say this with a grain of salt because yesterday I already shared how I probably had many years of an arguably eating disorder, where if it wasn't for potluck, I was honestly being for real. Like, potluck is like one of the lifelines of some graduate students. There are graduate students who barely even want to feed themselves because they have so much work. Crazy. Yeah. And here now I like potlucks because I get to experiment with making something and bringing it to the place. So nowadays it is for me, like if I ever do like potlucks and whatnot, I don't work in an environment that would have potlucks, but I would love to bring food. So any excuse for me to try to like de-rust my cooking skills, I would love to bring something so I can like make people happy. So potlucks are now not just a place to like, yo, get in my belly situation, but now there's get in my belly, oh yeah, and you think you can cook? Try my experiment. And obviously I'm not saying I would do a poor job. I would try my best to do an excellent job, but my curiosity is, can I make something that people would like? And that is kind of a very awesome thing. Obviously you have to fit in your schedule, right? Not only do you have to fit in your schedule at showing up, you would also have to decide if you can fit into your schedule to prepare something. Buy a block of golden curry, you know, buy some carrots, some potatoes, and grab like a chuck roast or like a very cheap roast, put in the pressure cooker, slow cook it until it melts into butter. So maybe like overnight or 6 to 12 hours, and then, you know, kind of thread that in, put it in the stew with the potatoes and the carrots, chicken broth, and then throw in your block of curry, you know, curry block from your golden curry package, and you got it. Japanese curry. Yeah, Japanese curry rice. Absolutely. Or gari. And then if you want to be even fancy, dash a little bit of Szechuan peppercorn to make it Japanese Chinese. You know, just get that pop, or have it as like a garnish or an addition on the side. You know, have them decide if they want to add a little bit of a little numbing dopamine to their mouth. You want to go to my potluck? Yeah. Other than that, I usually do, since I will bring rice, right? Typically potlucks can have a starch material. It doesn't have to be rice, but typically you would expect some sort of starch material. Even potato chips work. So what you do is then you make curry and mapo tofu. So mapo tofu and curry has like very similar bases. And what you do is, instead of bringing a usual bean dip, you bring curry and mapo tofu and any type of potato or starch that you have at the party. Someone's like, wait, but we don't have rice. It's like, yeah, but we do have starch. Go grab that bag of Lay's potato chips and then scoop it. Well, Lay's potato chips kind of too thin. Maybe something a little bit more sturdy. There might be like some Ruffles, like crinkle cut stuff somewhere, and then you just dip it in. Good to go. Good to go. Asian fusion, obviously, because the places I would be going to is probably Asian, like a mix. It would be a mixed group, so you would be able to find other substitutes. Delicious. My parents often say like, well, that's like a poor man's food. And I'm like, that's exactly the point. You like mapo tofu as well, but you're not sure how you feel about it with chips. It's a substitute. Obviously, you want something with high surface area, and you want different texture. So a potato chip is a crunchy texture, which can increase the mouthfeel. Oftentimes rice is great because it's very muted, right? It's very muted. But if you can find like just regular chips, and oh sorry, I meant like French fries, and like any type of potato, you can pour curry on a baked potato, for example, or mapo tofu on a baked potato. So when you have starch, it has to, in my opinion, it's very well complemented by a starch that isn't overpowering, so it's not spiced and all that, and it has to have a contrasting texture. So chip is crunchy. Rice is somewhat like gelatinous. It's a little bit, it has a chew to it. So anything that has a starch that has a chew to it. Yeah, baked potatoes. Tater tots. Tater tots would be a great one. Oh, just air fry some tater tots and just dump it into your, and this can sound a little blasphemous because of, if you're not into Asian fusion, right? Some Chinese person right now is turning over in their graves or something like that. That's fair enough. However, if you don't have rice on hand, you're going to a potluck. You got to understand how foods interact with each other. But now I've gotten you like, oh no, it's okay. It's okay. We're still fine. 大丈夫です. 大丈夫です. Okay. All right. We're good. I would spend hours talking about food, so good. We'll leave it at that. Oh, if you have somewhere that serves, sorry, one last thing. Kimchi. I'm not sure if you're into spicy mayo, but you could probably substitute. But kimchi, spicy mayo, like could be mayo with your choice of hot sauce. So mix that. It's kind of like Big Mac sauce as well. It's basically mayo with something that is acidic. So spicy mayo, kimchi on top of tater tots. Ooh. Kimchi tater tots. It's kind of very reminiscent of kimchi fried rice. It takes like something slightly to wet it, so mayo is a nice emulsifier, and then you add spice to it. Oftentimes spice and acid can be in the same group, and then the kimchi, right? The kimchi, and then you need a starch to bring it all together. So tater tots, like one way to make tater tots, you don't have to use potato. You can take your rice balls, like put a rice ball together. Actually, this is a Japanese technique too. Take the rice ball and you put it onto your pan, and you take like a spatula or something and you flatten it, and then you're gonna get crispy rice balls on both sides. That's basically a tater tot. Tater tot is soft on the inside, it's slightly crumbly on the outside, but you're not, instead of frying it, deep frying it, right? You can sear the rice ball on all sides, and you'll get this similar crunchy texture with like chew in the middle, and you throw your sauce on it, which can be any like mayo based thing, because it's like Kupi mayo is a wonderful base, and you can add your hot sauce on top, and then chop up your kimchi and stuff and throw it in, and then you have your acid, your cream, your slightly tartness, and then your fattiness along with your textures, creamy, crunchy, and chewy. Fantastic. It's also like the principle behind loaded nachos, right? Bean dip, all your classic things where it combines 2 or 3 different textures with a sauce or something that is both acidic, creamy, slightly sweet, and maybe you have something as a garnish, right? Something floral, maybe green onions or beans, I guess, but green onions sound like a nice topper for garnish. Pretty awesome. And all of the stuff that I'm talking about is basically like you buy the components and then you sear it, you know, you add heat and then you put it together. And even if you don't execute with the greatest of technique, it tastes great together. You're covering all your bases for a dish that creates all the palates. Like it engages nearly all of your senses. And personally for me, like you can probably spritz it with something aromatic, because the thing that's lacking in the dish that I was talking about is aromatics. So Szechuan peppercorn has a very distinct smell to it. Or like you always hear about like having one of those aromatic pouches, usually like bay leaves, star anise, five spice. All of them have a bit of aromatic, and or super exotic, a spritz of rose water. It's like that would conflict a little bit. Not everyone likes the smell of rose, like eating while smelling roses. I usually rely on like peppers. Peppers are great. For mapo tofu, it's obviously the Szechuan peppercorn or the hot oil that has the aromatics in it. Oh, neat. Oh, now I'm just mouth watering trying to eat. Okay, that was the last one. I'm like a pop culture chef. I know I have barely any experience. I'm like I'm a internet enthusiast for food. I talk about food a lot, but I rarely have too many opportunities to like just go into the kitchen and experiment, because they're all experiments right now. So whenever a potluck comes up, I'm like, I've been brainstorming recipes for like the last 5 years. Let's go break out one of those recipes and see how well I can execute them, because I have little to no cooking opportunities, experiences. They're all like conceptual, kind of like a well-informed internet expert situation where you read a lot but have no execution skills yet. What is this? No? That's definitely Zol. That's definitely Shu. Oh no. No, that's Zol Shu Wai.
贈収賄
老齢
I think I want to update the emotes. We're gonna try to update the emotes. Soonish. When you made the comment about it, like, I think there's enough sufficient people who make comments about it. We're gonna update the emotes at some point too. Elderly or advanced age. Old age? Okay. Okay. I really do stand by my thought about when I mention something, Beth, and people don't think it's important, I double down. I tend to be like, well, all right, hold my beer, my figurative beer. I usually am not holding beer, but hold my figurative beer. Let me try. Give me 5 minutes. Let me try, and then you can walk away if you want. But I want to save my peace. Let's go and try to get you excited about something. The food conversation is because I built up a lot of opportunities where there are so many younger people that I've met that they just simply do not care about their food. Like, food is a lot of times a source of gripe. It's a source of negativity. It's a source of necessity and not necessarily a pastime. So that type of thing, when I'm describing the textures and the different palatability and the combination of stuff, that is my adaptation skill to try to encourage people that you can also brighten your life dramatically by helping or revitalizing your interest in the thing that you literally have to do. So if you literally have to do it, whether you want or not, eating is one of them. And it will not break your wallet to do what I just said, because that all of that stuff is what my parents would refer to as poor man's food. Basically, all the ingredients are trying to make ingredients that are very low cost go a longer way, right? I didn't talk about like caviar or like any type of like wagyu or ragu and stuff like that. They're very simple ingredients. They're like, my parents used to make this like fun little short story about how, like, when I was younger, my parents would ask me what would I want to eat, and I literally said, can I just have some like salted soy broth with like noodles? And my parents would make this comment like, listen, if you keep eating like that, your family, like all your family members, are gonna think that I mistreat you and not like feed you things that a loving parent would. And they usually refer it to as like, why don't you like want to eat something else, like, I don't know, a steak or like something fancier, right? Like something more of substance. I'm like, I just want some salted water and pasta noodles. That's what I was like when I was younger. Like my favorite snack is, you would take chicken stock, you would add like a spoonful, like maybe like a tablespoon of salt, a couple teaspoon of soy sauce, and you put already cooked rice in it, and then throw some green onion into it, and that's what I would eat. That would be my snack. Like, instead of going for the potato chip, you know, going for the Doritos, you know, and chugging back. By the way, I still chug Mountain Dew and eat Doritos, but whenever my parents ask, what do you want to eat? It's like, some rice in some water, please. Legitimately. Like, what do you want to eat? Rice and water. It's called kanji. If you cook rice and water with like a bit of excess water, it's just basically goopy rice. And then sometimes later down the road, my typical consumption was oatmeal, which is basically bark and water. Like, I didn't use milk, so it was like you measure out some water, you throw in plant bark. I'm over exaggerating, obviously. It's like wood chips. Obviously, I'm just eating wood chips. And you put it in, you spin it around, you put half a tablespoon of salt so you can get some salt levels, because I basically didn't eat any salt either back then. And then you just spin it around, and that's it. That's what I would eat. And then I saw myself in other people. I'm like, eating would be exciting. So that's kind of what my parents taught me when I was reflecting. Whenever they say, like, man, if people hear what I'm feeding you, or like what you want to eat, they might think that I'm not treating, you know, I might neglecting you as a child or something, because it sounds like you don't eat anything. Like, why would you want to eat just water and rice? Nowadays, my palate's far more complex and sophisticated than before, and that doesn't mean it's expensive. It's a little bit more eclectic. There's a lot to be gained for you know, exploring for food. Huh. I thought this was... Oh, kanpeki.
完璧
That's kind of one of the things I really like about YouTube. The explosion in food culture is fantastic. I think that's a nice win. Now there is consequences also, like there's overzealous too. There's extravagance. I think the whole idea of extravagance is kind of a overcompensation. You're a chef by trade and your older one wants just bread and butter for school. My parents, yeah, my parents ran restaurants. Like they ran restaurants bottom up, the entire line. So, you know, they come home, like my parents literally bring food home and they just assume I would eat anything they put in front of me. So they rarely ever bring home the thing I want to eat if they ask me. Like it's just noodles in water with some soy sauce. Like, you know, if you, and that's very similar to like the Japanese portrayal of ramen, right? Ramen is contemporary food. But whenever my parents like, all right, don't you want like, I don't know, like a garlic, you know, garlic ginger fish or something. Like, nah, I just want cuts of dough in water. Oh, goodness gracious. My friends were very similar. They had the American, you know, like the Americanized, multi-generational American version. Basically, they go to the restaurant and it would have like 100 to 200 entries because the restaurant is based on its diversity, and they would eat fried potatoes and broccoli. And I see that they were obviously much older. Like they were older in the sense I was younger when I was like that, where the joys of eating and food are not connecting yet. They're not celebrated yet. And I do know a potato right now. He's not literally a potato, but right now, this year, he and I are gonna go to the thing that I usually go to every year, and I is sure as heck going to be buying stuff and seeing if his palate agrees with it, because this kid, he thinks seasoning is too much. Like we're talking about salt and pepper. You know, pass on the salt, pass on the pepper. Give me the boiled chicken. And my first thought is like, oh, we gotta be able to do better or do different. Not necessarily better or worse, but do more exciting than that. So little by little over like the 5 years, you hear him, I get the pleasure of hearing him like, okay, I'll try things even if there's a slim chance that I might like it. I'm like, that's the spirit. Because the last thing I want someone to grow up with and grow old is that they decide to look back and they just didn't do anything. Like what, especially food, like you have to do it. So try to make it an event. And obviously when I mean event, I'm not talking about eating $1 million steaks and things like that. That is way far away from the principle of food. And then there's cooking, right? Cooking, oh, I can't even really explain the joys when you like give something someone and then they're like, I had no idea this existed. Like, man, let's do something about that. It's obviously similar to music and art, and I don't mean like in the same senses, but the idea is like it brings such joy when you can bring joy to people in a visceral way, because otherwise we wouldn't be human anymore, right? You give them a piece of music And like, dude, this stuff existed like since I was born. Yeah, it did. Like, oh, you know, now my life is complete, or it has been elevated, and food is that. Like, food be so, man, bread and butter. Bread and butter. Wow. Butter is too much for this guy. Like this little potato that I know, butter might be too exotic. Just the bread. And when I mean the bread, I'm not talking about like your sourdough bread or your extra voluptuous fermented aged bread and stuff. We're talking about your hyper processed, it ceased to exist white block of bread. We're talking about as close to cardboard as possible. And I want to say I'm exaggerating, but I'm not so sure if I'm exaggerating sometimes. Weird. I'll probably share more as the adventure changes. It's crazy to think that's already been 5 years. It's far more experimental than it was before. My best friends, I'm sure they would have a lot of comments to reinforce this. But when I met them, their favorite consistent diet consists of Twizzlers, Coca-Cola, and plain cheese pizza. Yep. And then grilled cheese. Grilled cheese, preferably just plain white bread, toasted on both sides, right? Because grilled cheese. And then provolone cheese. And then for lunch, got the particular bread they use, but a roast beef sandwich. 4 years of college. And the pizza, Twizzlers, and stuff. But since I've met them, even in those 4 years, occasionally we would go out of the box. So grilled cheese does go hard. Yeah, it really does. It do be going hard though. Such a classic. Classic grilled cheeses. What is your cheese of choice for your grilled cheese? They really liked provolone. I think it sounds a little weird, but I wonder what I haven't even tried all that many cheeses for grilled cheese. Usually is some sort of white cheese. I guess I've had provolone before already, but I haven't even stuck mozzarella in like mozz, you know, like the melty mozz in a grilled cheese. Kobe? I see. Or Kobe. I don't know why I'm pronouncing it Kobe. Oh, Japanese, right? Monterey, you know, there's like all the American variances like pepper jack, your jack cheeses has gone in there. No fancy ones. I haven't done any like extra exotic fancy ones. College is when I was introduced to the ciabatta bread or paninis. Now that, yeah, I was all about that panini. Like grilled cheese adjacent panini or a Cuban, you know, grilled cheese adjacent. Like grilled cheese is like the fundamentals, and then you can kind of like start expanding on different types of pressed, you know, like pressed sandwiches that are like can be grilled on like I forgot what those, like a grill press thing. So instead of like needing to go on the pan, like a pressed panini, man, like with ciabatta bread, nice. And I've recently gotten to far more like exotic sandwiches. Well, some might call it somewhat exotic, like acquired taste sandwiches. Like the Reuben would be a one that would be an acquired taste. Oh, focaccia. Focaccia bread is living large. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Man, the process of making focaccia, I go to a bakery for that. You like I don't know how much people like making breads, but if there was a particular bread that is quite laborious, it's probably focaccia. If you tone it down a bit, you might get like sourdough. You know, if you tone down focaccia, you get sourdough, and it's like, oh, okay, I can still. No, yeah, that's fine. I don't want to maintain my own cultures for that. You know, getting that long aged starter and then doing all that. Yeah, focaccia is definitely one of them. I'm okay with doing like your like maybe brioche, like maybe a brioche or something. That might be okay, but focaccia is not for the faint of heart. I'm okay. I don't need that experience. That is living large. Brioche is as large as I would live, like if I were to make it. Like, okay, all right, we'll make a brioche bun at least. Obviously now we're going into like possibly burgers and whatnot, but things between two slabs of bread. You have to head off? Yeah. Take care, Crocodile. Thanks for keeping me company for a while. I'd always appreciate it. It's wonderful chit chat. Keep each other excited. I'll see you next time, Crocodile. See you later, alligator. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Man, if your name was Alligator, I could get to see that. No, I'm kidding. But you know, wait. I think there's a follow for Crocodile, but I'll get back to you on that one. It's something like "See you later, alligator." Something while crocodile, like hope to see you in a while, crocodile, or something. Yeah, take care, crocodile. All right. Okay. What is this? Oh, like Negau. Nerau.
狙う
Nerau. Or tame. Or
否認
what? No. Ew. Not Tony. No, it's Haneru.
跳ねる 賄賂 縄跳び
nuts.
遠慮
Oh. Okay.
記念
기념. 알아이모도스. Uh, Oresh? No. Ore? Oresh?
高齢者
Oresha. She's an elder person. Okay. Or an elder. Sakujo
削除する
or sakujo suru. What? Oh, she? What is that? Okay. Shiato?
足跡
Okay.
避難
Hinan.
Keijiban.
It's like makanau.
賄う
It's not quite to bribe, but can I get away with it? No. To convince, maybe? Oh no. To concede? No. No, to be bribed? To be convinced? Ooh. Or like to compensate? Oh no. Makano. I guess just to pay? It's to pay. Alright, fair enough.
掲載する
What? Sorry. That was a bit of an outburst. My bad. Good idea.
崩れる
Hold up. くれない
くれない
Ah! It's still red! Wait, how's this not like crimson and crimson red? Okay.
警察 年齢
香り
Eh? The heck? What? Oh, no. I got you. So that's definitely misstated. I think that's mis. No. Yes, it's misguided. Or to be, like, to be lost.
惑う
Or to be in a lost? Or something like that? Okay. Sure.
韓国
What? Chess piece? Oh.
貸し切り
Sikiri. Your what? You been Ango.
郵便番号
Okay.
降る
Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh. Okay.
大間違い
And more. We're gonna hit these. The... No. How do I shake? What is this? Body language? What is body language? Me something. Double kun. Shake. Me furi? Me booty?
身振り
Me booty. Yeah, me booty. Mm-hmm.
我々
Yeah. That's all I got. Oh, yeah. Jirushi.
矢印
Yeah, jirushi. What is that?
濃度 痛む
To pain, to ache. Is this
靴下
stop?
眠い 靴屋
Oh, kutsuya. Yeah. Show, yes, show shop. That's exactly what I meant to say. Show shop. The heck is this? Alright, we made it. We did it. Wait. Why does that say there is still 231 review left? Wait, what's happening? I have 231 review left? What time is it? Holy... Wait. Where is this coming from? How long has it been? It's been 3 hours. Where's this coming from? Okay, I guess we do this too. Or do I give it a go? Do I give it a pass for that? I don't know. Okay. I had no idea I had reviews again. Okay. Suppose we're gonna go some more.
Come.
Alright, we're just gonna go for it. I was not anticipating this. It is 1 a.m. 1:30. Okay.
Choubatsu.
What? That's not it. Green door. Green door. Ami.
網戸
All right. I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Get something to drink. All right. Well, this is a interesting challenge. So, well, see if we can do these. Oh. All right, guys, my glucose. Let's go. Ready, set. I have no idea. What am I looking at? Relationship? Wild? Please see. Oh.
うまい
権威
What? Right, authority. Oh, this is move to tears.
感類
缶コーヒー
No.
慰謝料
How? How do you do like? It's kind of like giving consolatory gift, like something to console or to show thanks. Like console. We'll do a consolation money. Okay. Whoops. What? I'm not. Oh.
相撲
Well,
一
you
斉
say. I can't spell simultaneous. No at me.
喪服
速攻
紛れる
航路
Photo. No.
梅雨
避ける
What? Oh. Kidding.
裂く
紛らわしい
い。
滑り台
え牧師あ、牧師
牧師
牧師いい Hold up. How am I drawing a blank? It's or is it not? Oh no, it's not.
する
ゆする
騙す
Yeah. Right. And then Ogaraka.
ほがらか
貢献揺さぶる
Oh, nope.
幻滅
Chasta.
懲りる
Ah. Oh no, I'm not entirely sure what to go with. No wait. What? Wait, what? What's another way to say yell? Oh, shout.
塩 摩擦
晴れ 克服する
Oh, okay. I think this is Ishi, right? Ishigaki?
石垣
What? Oh. I'm gonna sneeze. 1 second. All right.
見逃す。論旨。
What? Oh. This doesn't seem right.
挑戦者。
Oh, it is. Okay.
泊まり
Oops.
満潮 10度
柔らかい。
Okay.
容姿。
Eh? Yo, what? Relation.
慰安
Yan. Huh? Isha.
医者。
Isha.
助力。
Hmm.
開封
風。
逃がす。逃がす。
取り逃がす
逃がす。Oh. Ew. All I got is heck. E. Yen. Yen.
威厳。
Yen.
珍しい。
即座
Heck. Show. Oh no. I really thought it was wow. This is like amiable. What do I amiable? Hmm. Who is the onyomi? But I don't know if it changes up. I feel like there's a lesser read. Like a less common read for Jew. I do. Or is it Wa that's changed? Hmm. Hmm. It's definitely the lesser read for Jew.
入和
Or gentle, sure. That's fine too.
原子炉
Fukan Yugi. No. Oh, is it like Shokan? Volkan. What the feudalism? What the what happened? Oh, Ken. Hulken. Yugi. Shoot, Hulken Shigi.
封建主義炉心
風商
Oh. Or
揚げ 封筒 距離
What? Leave and no, separate. Like, Cody. The Cody. An exception. Distance. Okay.
需要 軒並み
Nokinami.
沈める
荒波
風潮
What? Wretch. Inoru? Hmm. No. I don't know what you are. Dignity. Right. Definitely dignity. And then stretch. Act big. And how do you act big? Ibaru.
威張る
Uh-oh. Uma. Uma is the other thing. Oh, yeah, this is entirely different. Okay.
胸
Une.
こと
携帯ストラップ
Well, I wasn't expecting to do 400 reviews today. But dang. Okay. We're about halfway there.
印刷 揺れる
What? Oh. Uh,
即興
Tokyo. Kaki.
垣根 分裂 決裂
This is slightly different. Damn.
晴れる
露出
柿
Sure. Oh, what? I really thought it was cool. Oh no, it's Nedoko.
寝床
Ooh. No, it's
即日
滅ぼす
the pipe. What the pipe? Alright, I just got the pipe again. That's what I said last time when I got the pipe.
筒
Eh? I want to say something like oh no. Oh. Shizu? Oh. Kind of reminds me of like something. Kazumeru. Or maybe not. Nagusameru.
慰める
Something like no, it's just
牧
牧
草
草. Okay. Whoops.
牧場
牧場. I don't go. Oh. No kukak? Go. Original creation? Oh. Oops.
独創
So. Hmm.
潮流
趣味
Nope. Harm. Something about cute. Then charming. Oh, probably like Omonari? Omo something. Because it's like I think or something. No, Omomuki.
趣
安泰
明朗
Whoops.
暖炉
Heck. Wait. Not Yaku. What are you? No. It's fish. Or fishing.
手袋
What?
朗報 チン
荒々しい
液晶 荒らす
Or
即 露骨
Lokotsu. What?
捕まえる 握り
Uh,
絶滅
絶滅。
暴露
暴露。うん。
手がない
い。
珍味キウイ
What? Eh? Take, replace. Like a fake. Needs no. Need something. Fake. Oh, I say like nisemono. Oh no, wait. That's something else. Oh no. What is this? That's not fake. Act. Sake. So we got E. And then oh no. I have no. Yeah. I thought it might have been Ika. I have no idea. We're gonna skip this one.
Shizumu. Kogasu.
What? Oh, right. That's transitive.
僕や
壊滅
哲学者 土砂
Osha.
露天
即死
Oops. I keep writing techno.
水晶
Facial.
疑問
Oh, consolation. It's okay.
滅亡
撲滅
Excuse me. What is the sink?
賃貸
Oh no. Welcome? Oh no. Oh.
面接する
Oh, Kyodai? What the heck is that? Oh no. This is not. Oh, this is so different. Oh no. This is very different. Yeah, this is super different. I don't remember it. Like completely unrelated. A special read. Highly sure I know her. I know what the reads are. I have to skip this, you know. Skip for now. Chew. Hmm. Oh, Han. Like, kind of like half finished or something. I don't know what else. We're gonna skip this. Okay. Can't seem to remember what week and oh, that's another skip for me. Hmm?
郵便箱
Oh, Oh. It's too childish? Or like child? Hmm. What is that? Yield? Oh no. No. Exit. It's kutsu, but alright, so it's not kutsu, it's definitely yield. Or to concede. Or it could be discreet. It's definitely double. Oh no. What? Kakamu? Kagamu.
かがむ
Kagamu. Bend over. Or to bend down. Uh-oh. Not good.
睡眠
前傾
Yeah. Oh, like the back. Just like the back. How do you... Okay. Oh, no, that's it. That kiss the other way around. It's the front, not the back.
「郵便局」
創造的
前傾
What? What's that? Oh. Just like a whole view? Maybe a complete view? Okay.
退屈
Oh. I think this is related to comedy. A comical. Oh no, it's not. Resign and yield. No. Dang it. Flabbergasted. have to do with manners? No. Boring. Kishu? Oh no. It's like you or something. Oh wait, that's not shoe. Is it? This might be another skip. Kiju. What? Oh no. June.
基準
Standard.
貯金箱
Okay. Dude, I don't remember. I don't character. Oh, it's Edge. What is Edge? This might have changed because of then. No.
先端
I like the cutting edge. Okay. That help.
招待する
I have no idea what that is. No taste it. Thought to check in. You right, not the ring roots. Kind of similar. Kind of. Yeah? Oh no. I want to say Gee Willikers. It's definitely... That's not... Oh, accumulate. What? Oh, no, wait. Okay. Oh, it's getting really dicey.
理屈
So, it's like deal. Reasoning? Function. Tatsu. Tatsu to break contact. Excuse me? There's no... Nagakuta? Oh, no. Those are boots, right? Yeah, they're definitely boots. They're definitely booties. Not that type of booties. No, no, no. Rain boots. Rain boots. I think I need a Dentaku. No.
長靴
不眠症
Yo, what? Oh. Transport. Doesn't go with canoe. No, that doesn't sound right. No. No, that doesn't sound right either. No, that doesn't sound right. Ooh, this might sound right.
輸入する
What? And not etc. Oh no. What is this? What are you? Special? It's probably special. Or like specialty.
再来週 お菓子屋
Oh no, this is the conjoined twin thing. It's a side by side, but I don't know what this is. Oh no. Wait, it's a oh no. We are in the deeps of doo-doo right now. Lots of doo-doos. I think this is supposed to be side by side, like comparison related. When do I often start to learn? What do you mean by when do I often start to? Like when my stream starts? It's started like 8 hours ago. It'll start like 8. I was 4 hours late. And kind of a tough week. Been kind of a tough week. 2:38 local time. Don't know you. What good deals side by side. Ah. And pass on this for now. Oh, it's not. Heck. I thought it was gonna be a Meru. Pass on back. You finally finished your reviews? Congrats. How do you feel? I'm still working on mine. I wasn't expecting to go double innings today, but we kind of just got swept up. True, yeah. Mastering. Treat with a coup. What is that? Maybe energy from earlier. You didn't instantly want to sleep today. Okay. Better. You're getting better. Nice. Very nice. Oh, right. Shirizoku.
退く
Oh, no. What am I doing? Okay.
貸す
It's to lend, not to borrow. What in the world are you? I want to write Oki, but I don't think it's a. It's a geographical feature. Aba? Abe? Abe. No. Around 70% accuracy out of 100 questions, but you have 54 recent mistakes. That's still better than when you first came back. Solid. Solid. Going. Oh wait, this is beach.
Gendo.
Okay. Makairu.
間違える
I'm struggling. I'm struggling. That's invite. You consider, huh? Huh. I really thought it was you. That's to seduce, I think. Probably to seduce. Oh, because it's yuwak. Yuwaksuru.
誘惑する
You just have to keep doing your reviews right, and there's a lot of times onyomi readings you forget. It's quite surprising that it's the onyomi readings that you're forgetting, because they are the ones that are going to come up most of the time.
靴
It's always been the case. Sure. Not sure. What is this? Swamp. It's not Numa. Oh, it is Numa. Hoshi uranai.
星占い
Hoshi uranai. Oh goodness, astrology. You don't look like anything anymore. Man, that's not you. Oh, alright, we got a plate. Alright, let's think about this. This guy looks weird. There's only one use for this. Two. Okay, hold up. What are the parts? That's tofu. Oh. And they warped it with hair. I don't know how I feel about that. Not much use for shoe. For whatever reason, you're always more familiar with kunyomi words. That's fair, I suppose. This today? Oh. Okay. Oh, no. Can I get away with beauty? Wait. What do you want from me? Oh, probably like lovely or something. Okay. Same difference. 比較的
比較的
or comparable, not comparison. Whoa, oh, that's not swell. I got 26. Oh, saved me. And I skipped 5 of them or something like that. I skipped 5 of them. We're entering the like dead zone. I'm just keeping track of the time. We'll probably have to truncate our things. Bunpro, do our lessons, and get. Oh. Oh. I can't skip too many of these because they're all gonna line up at the end. And what are you? I thought this was swell. could still be swell. No, this is yearning. Oh my gosh, yearning is a butt. Something about like ako. Ako. Ka? Akokare? No. Ako. Oh. Ga? Akogare? Probably akogare.
憧れ
Yearning. Heck, it's a canopy and a car. What is that? What is this nonsense? Kun? No, not kun. It's storage, alright. Yeah. Oh. That's like solo? Or some like one say? What? Hitori, it's probably like Hitori Yen. Oh, Hitori Banashi. Just kidding. Alright. I think the left side is probably Hitori. Because it's alone with a... Oh, what is the right? Not Gen. I thought it could have been like story, like Anashi. Oh no, use a different character. I think this might be enough for now. Torigoto.
独り言
And I have no idea what that means. Exactly what it means. It has something to do with like talking by yourself. Oh, talking to oneself? Like self-talking?
– 想像力
This child, ni. Okay. I'm based, it kind of feels like I'm just making stuff up at this point. Yeah. Oh, I dropped this character earlier. We skipped something with this character in it. Because I simply cannot figure out... I think this character is due. Oh, what? So you said from WaniKani results you haven't lost too badly if I keep at it? So you say from WaniKani results you haven't lost too badly if you keep at it? I Don't, I mean, what do you mean by that? Can you clarify a little bit? Like, what do you mean by you say from your WaniKani recipe? I don't think so. That sounds great. Like 70-80%? That's fantastic. Considering you didn't like go back to it. I guess what you can definitely ask yourself is how much do you have to gain from it? Instead of thinking about it the other way, I would say. Instead of how much you lost, how much you have yet to gain. I think 20 to 30%. Yeah, not too sure. It'd be very hard for me to determine how much you lost or not. I haven't ever like lined up Wakotabi, for example, to WaniKani. I might be able to say something more when I get back to Wakotabi. Yeah, probably what I'd say. I think attrition is an endless battle. Like maintenance is an endless battle. So kind of have to embrace it. Like right now as I'm staring down this thing. Yeah, if I don't get this character, there are two characters related to, there are two words related to that I have no idea what they are. I think I'm gonna have to pass on this again. It's the same character. Alright. This is invite. Right, or to beckon.
Maneku.
Edge. What the edge? Oh no, it's hashi.
橋
Alright, well that helps a little bit.
回復する。
Tatabi? Utatabi?
再び。
Tatabi. Again? Okay. Oh goodness. Still? I think it's something like still. But how does that work? And these 16, 6 of them are skips, so this is gonna be disgusting. Oh, like Imada.
今だ
I think it's still. Okay. Or not yet. Yeah, okay. What is that? Sha? Oh no, wait. I think it's Myo. Sorry, sometimes that's just, wonder? Weird? Yo. Second? Oh, yo. I thought it's something like wonder or marvelous or odd or peculiar. I mean, odd is fine too. Muga? This sounds like lost being total absorption or something like that. Muga. How do you do dream? Muga muchu.
無我夢中
Muga muchu. In fact, total absorption. Or something like that. Like being completely like taken away. Okay. How do you shake? Yari? Sari? Yari? No, Furi? Yes, this is Furigana. Oh no, it's not. Wait. Yeah, Furigana. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I had a typo.
振り仮名
Furigana. Okay. Send help. Oh, this is directly. Show. Oh, my read on the left character is probably the thing that's incorrect. No. Yes. Yes. 直接的.
直接的
And that's probably directly. Oh no. Thick is not Natsui. I mean Atsui. What is this thick? Oh no. This is probably thick. Thick thick. Not Atsui. No Atsui. Koi.
恋
Hold up. Okay. Needle? That doesn't look like needle. Oh, it could be. Oh no. I think this is wire. Yeah, this is wire. What is that? Harigane?
針金
You would think it's a metal needle, but wire. Sure. Is that not based on? Oh no. Yo? Oh no. I think that's no, it looks like based on, but it's not. Sure. Sure, and that's what I deal with. Alright, I skipped 8. Oh no. I skipped 8 of them. Alright. So, what are the chances that I know this one? Something like fake. Or a counterfeit. No, maybe like a... Or no. Oh, it could be exchange. Alright, we're skipping this one. This one, no chance. Oh man, this is an entirely special read. This is entirely special. We're skipping this. Alright. Oh goodness gracious. It's half finished for sure. Oh no, wait, we got the edge, right? And edge is, oh no, wait, this is entirely different too. It's like Chuto Han no, Chuto Hanpa.
中途半端
Okay. Oh goodness. So this is like the edge too. Kyoku edge. How do I not know what right now? Kyokusen. Eh? No. Tan. Kyokutan.
極端
No, just extreme. Maybe extreme. Okay. What in the world are you? Probably. We're gonna say no. I know what this is. That's naze.
なぜな
Naze
ら
and then it's not why. It's what's another way? Because. And it's generally very disappointing when I drop kanji. Very disappointing. I want to say this has something to do with line up. Oh, line up, and it's man, I really thought this was like komeru or sugimeru or something, like something extreme, like going beyond. Wait, no, that still makes me think of komeru. What else can I do? Can I do like harder? Surpass? It's like to reach the peak of something. To get... Oh, wait. Something like Kimeru? Kiwameru.
極める
Like to reach the peak of something. Okay. I am going to have to swap these up at some point. Yeah, that is gonna be a swap. We're down to the last three, and these three are a whopper. So, family member thing. I can't seem to remember what that one character means. Oh. This definitely feels like a do. What type of dew are we talking about? Not Mountain Dew. We're not talking about Mountain Dew here. Or is it like old? No. We have winter, right? Winter and winter. This is what they would classify. Winter, and then old winter. What do we get for old winter? Circumstance. Tameni? No, right? Tameni could be alright. Oh, wait, no. Reason. Oh wait, this is like reason and circumstance. Yueni. Yueni. And what is that? Therefore? Then we have that's sake. Sake plus replace. Sake plus replace. That's E. I don't know if this uses the... I think this is currency exchange. It has to be currency exchange. Because that sucks. So what do we got? This is completely different. No. Yes. This is completely different. So sake of currency exchange. It was... This is new-ish. Awase. Both the currency exchange is very different. And then this is a familial. This is family stuff. What do we do with family? It's not kyodai. It's completely detached from kyodai. Kyodai. It's cousins. These are cousins. And itoko or itoko. Cousins and nephews. I have one more review. Wait. Hold up. What time is it? All right. I'll do the one. That was from today? Oh, that must be our very first one. Oh, the rib cage. That's fine. Oh, well, I guess tomorrow we'll just... Oh my goodness. Why did it extend so far down? Oh, these must be other things. Alright, so tomorrow we have our usual... Alright, so let's go over this stuff. I think as a way to expedite this, we're gonna jump right to our reads. I got Bunpro and stuff. Tomorrow we have something else too, an update actually. So let's just jump right to our reads. No dilly-dallying. If I can remember these. Sumi, black ink, Ato, dove, on, don, doll, ma, devil, yo, dormitory, bone. Oh, I'm not sure bone is onyomi. I'm gonna tentatively call it onyomi. Bone tray. Oh, building. You, my friend, is a kunyomi. Something about wa. Waga. I. Zan. Slice. Ne. Rather. Eat. Chair. Tai. H. Saro. Saru. Saru. Monkey. Eyebally. Do. Pupil. Agi. E. E. 0. Go. Like the game of Go. So, Aerith. You, secluded. Oh, bubble. You, my friend, are also kunyomi. Kuse, Se? The habit. On forge. Then tempering. Speak to me, sovereign. Te. Sovereign. Soon. Wink. I paused on you today. Chrysanthemum. Kiku. Chrysanthemum. Oh. Oh. Pride. Show. Manner. So. Thwart. Moku. Shut up. Yo. Raw sack. Men. Cotton. Hot. Shelf. Coal. Cavity. Alright. Ooh-wee. Alright, that's a wrap for our WaniKani today. What was our WaniKani for today? 462? That is definitely on the high side for how much we rambled. Alright, so 462 reviews later. We're fine. Survived. Alright, until next time. Alright, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a go. I'd love to hear what are your marathon days. This really wasn't too much of a marathon day. I think if I wanted a marathon day, I suppose we would try to reduce that HanziHero stack from 1,000 today. That's not gonna happen. Actually, we might have HanziHero lessons today because it's gonna be after 4 a.m. Anyways, that's a wrap. You're always welcome to come on by and yap. Talk about stuff. We talked about quite a lot of things. Watching kids grow, amazing. You know, being an active part of growing health, intellectuals, humans. We talked about food quite a bit. Beth gave me the pleasure of sharing and discussing about what happens, you know, when there's a bit of miscommunication, possibly, right? It's always nice to have someone, some point of comfort with anybody, really. It's quite cathartic when you speak, you know, have a consistent pattern of expressing things. I think being able to express disappointments as well as achievements is a great way. Like, where there's a fearful perspective, one can also have a good perspective. So it's both. The one of the emphasis with Beth, like when we were talking about it, is why not both? Because without an appreciation for what is negative, it's kind of difficult to know what is positive. And for myself, if someone is exuberantly overconfident, I will most definitely make it obvious that to point out that it is an exuberantly bold statement, and I would contrast it in a very delicate way to like pave some counterbalance, right? If someone makes a very bold statement, I would contrast it with making a less bold statement, and etc. So when someone's very negative, I tend to be positive, and the idea is to acknowledge that the negativity exists so that one can appreciate the positivity. So where one experiences disappointment and you go and share it with another person and it creates positivity, then together is what I feel makes people strong and resilient. So when you have a negative experience, go and try to, like, you know, encourage yourself to talk to another person. Maybe you'll have a positive experience from that negative experience. So then it wouldn't feel like there's only one right and one wrong thing. I think that's one of the elegant lifetime perks of being human. Rationality. Rationality is fantastic when you feel like everything is stacked against you, right? Like when I mean stacking, I'm not talking about dire things, just daily things. Like, oh man, I'm just having a really bad day. Is it really that bad? You may want to share it with someone. And oftentimes, the great thing about human is if someone is feeling really down, there's usually a reliable person who may say, well, if it makes you feel any better, I've had worse days. That's misery deserves company situation. Or having someone like, you're getting better. You're doing better. So talking to other people can point out things. They may make things worse for sure, but they can also make things better. So the idea is you'll have both, and the prospect of that is possible when you talk to another person. Otherwise, I mean, you can go and Google something or ask ChatGPT and they will lay it to you straight. And I can honestly tell you, there's a thing about objectivity. It's very coveted. It's great to answer questions, to confirm facts. But the thing about objectivity and things that are objective is that they're missing the most important part of being human when you're asking for a purpose, right? Those type of things don't have purposes. The human imparts the purpose. So when you're feeling down and you want to feel good, seek something that makes you feel good. If you want to gamble, you can always gamble on someone you might know that will counterbalance you. That's why it's great to have a support system. Great to have friends, because when you're down, they will point out the obvious counterbalance. Like, oh, you've got more things wrong, but you're still improving from yesterday, right? Those people don't care about what you said, but I do. That's kind of the balance. Anyways, always a pleasure. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, maybe a little extended more break, and then I will be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、105日目です。This is day 105. We gotta hit the afterburners. We're only gonna do lessons today. Keep on it a little bit. Just slowly sliding off. Okay. Let's see. Toka. Oh, hey, we got Toka, which was part of the vocabulary section, the N4 vocabulary, among other things, right? So now for non-exhaustive list. So non-exhaustive, right? So I'm gonna see how it contrasts with Nado. Did we get Nado yet? I think we might have. And then we had another example of such as so verb. Okay, so it can follow a verb. Doesn't say any stems. Adjective. And it requires a nominalization of some sort. Or like a at least. It seems. And then nouns are okay. It looks like you need multiples. That's interesting. Toka is a word that belongs to a unique family of particles in Japanese called listing particles. As the name suggests, these particles are used for listing groups of items that share similarities, right? We do have another one that's similar. It'll probably be in the related section. Toka can be used after verbs or nouns to express among other things. Okay.
健康のために野菜を食べるとか水を飲むとかをしています。
I see.
亀とかすっぽんとかは美味しいんですか？
Okay. Interesting. Suppon, and you don't have to repeat the kame for soft shell. Eating turtles. When multiple things are listed, the last item in the list can and often does have toka omitted. Okay.
かぼちゃとかさつまいもとか白菜とかしいたけが入っている鍋が好き。
Yep. Okay. Makes sense. Caution. Toka is used to list items in a non-exhaustive way, which this means is that the listener will assume that there are other things in the list apart from what is stated directly. The speaker is providing a few examples, yes. Fun fact, as we have seen, Toka may be used with verb phrases. This is a contrast to ya. So ya is one of them, right? A similar grammar point that can only be used for listing nouns, right? 冷蔵庫の中にあるものの食べるとかしてください。Interesting. Oh, because it's the whole. Oh, yeah, okay. 冷蔵庫の中にあるものを食べるやしてください。Yeah, you cannot be used or okay. And it makes it really confusing actually. If you throw a ya in there, it's actually kind of confusing. Makes sense. There should be another related point. There isn't. Just ya. I guess that does follow something. But now I'm kind of curious how it relates to Nado. Well, I guess we haven't gotten it yet. Alright. We gotta move on though. Soyu. Like that kind of? Like is this EU? Like the EU? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it is coming from the E and EU. Okay. Family. Okay, here we go. Coming from the kosoa do kotoba family, we have right kosoa and do. Interesting that it's Okay, maybe used with the verb EU, right? Okay. to form an expression which literally means in the way of a. A being これ that, それ that over there, あれ okay. As with all pronoun adjectival words, this expression will be used directly before a noun.
こういう映画は初めて見る。
Okay.
そういう人は嫌い。ああいう車に乗ってみたい。
So, is the osoado pair for so, ko, and do.
あなたはどういう音楽を聴きますか？
Although ko, so, and do share a relationship with kore, sore, are, and dore, they are their own individual words. I mean, yeah, which each has a meaning similar to such as. These words are all adverb when used by themselves. Okay. So the adverb should not be confused with, yeah, so the auxiliary verb. So the adverb comes from the kanji, yep. What you call it? So, or ran, so it is situation, while the auxiliary verb does not have a kanji form. Oh, interesting. Oh, well. I'm still trying to sort out like the adverb versus auxiliary verb situation. Lots of grammar terminology that I'm still making sure I'm trying to tie it up with each of the examples, like one of the examples, at least a example. Hey, we got volitional. Volitional is you change it to the O column. You go to the O column and add u, unless it's suru, which is shioyu, shio, and then kuru becomes koyo. Why is it written like this? I guess verb and going off to the yo and down. Is there any particular weirdness going on? It is not. No weirdness. Except for yo for ichidan. Right? Ichidan and then godan is off to ro. Okay. Except for suru, of course. Suru does not become soro. It becomes shio. And kuru is still kind of it moves to ko, but then it gains a yo. Yo. Alright. Yo and u are grammar constructions that function in a similar way to masho, or to be more precise, masho is the polite conjugation form of these auxiliary verbs. And they are, so now we have the casual volition. They are used as a casual way of expressing let's when making what you call it, suggestion or shall we when making statements, which I say quite a bit for fun when I'm playing like P5X. Iko is let's go, right? The casual volition form, iko, instead of ikimashou, right? So it took me, it's a while since I was like, oh, okay, I see. Casual and polite. Yo is only one of the potential forms of this grammar point, and can actually be divided into two separate auxiliary verbs. u used with u, yeah, and then yo used with ru or ichidan verbs suru and kuru. Wait, look at it. When attaching u to godan verbs, simply replace the last kana with the equivalent o sound kana, right? Within the same row. I don't think of it as column. I think of it as row. U becomes ko, etc. Yes. Okay.
今夜は先輩の試合を見に行こう。
Yeah, iko.
早く食べよう。
Ayo. As with many other verb conjugations, suru and kuru behave in slightly different ways to regular u, right? For godan and ichidan verbs, suru will become chiyo, while kuru becomes koro. Koyo.
私が運転しようか。
Chiyoka. Okay.
今日はお金がないから明日来よう。
The type of statements that u and yo can be used in Japanese are usually divided into three categories. Express guesses. Yeah, daro. Daro is the first one that I encountered. Which itself is the yo form of da. Oh, now it makes sense. Alright. Okay. We already have a grammar point, I think, for daro. Express intention, right? Suru tsumori da. Has a similar meaning to suru tsumori da. Okay, have an intent to do something. I see. And express invitation or encouragement, right? Gambaro, right? Gambaro versus like gambatte. Gambatte would be like a command. And then, I don't know, gambatte kudasai. No, that's kind of weird. Maybe gambatte onegaishimasu. I'm trying to like seeing if you can make it more polite or something. Gambatte is like a command. It's the imperative form of gambaro. Gambaru. And then gambaro is the casual volitional. So those have been in the lexicon for some time now, because you often hear a mix of like, I guess it would be like gambatte kudasai versus like, because imperative tends to pair up with kudasai as opposed to onegaishimasu, but maybe you could throw it in and make it like gambatte iki, like add ire or iru, irimasu, or onegaishimasu or something like irimasu, something like that. I'm kind of curious, but this is pretty neat. Now I'm filling in a lot of the gaps, a lot of the things. Although yo is used with adu verbs, sudo verbs, and kudu verbs, it should not be confused with yoda, another auxiliary word that is used when describing likeness. Oh, like shoulder, solda. Yes, okay. I gotcha. Right, mashoka. Mashoka, as in like your volitional but polite invitation situation. Not complete invitation, but more like coming along. And then there's senka, which is to provide the invitation. And then masho, right? Sure. Okay. Alrighty. Neat. Do I? Okay. Alright. Gotta go quicker.
青とか水色が好き。
And you got it out.
そういう人もいるよ。
And then okay, I see. And it's near the person listening. All right. And then Oh, is that a... Ageru is an Ichidan, right? Here. What is going on with... Oh, I'm typing the wrong thing. Whoops.
あなたが好きなケーキを買ってあげよ
I was typing the wrong kana over and over again. I kept typing me, not ka. Katte, ageyo. Alright, let's do our vocabulary quickly now. Ishi, alright. Ooh! We just got this actually. Mikaku. Polish. That's actually part of the current unit, Mikaku. Suisa. No. This is Mizugi for swimsuit. Gasu. Oh, gasu. This is yorokobu, right? For goodness, to be delighted. I don't know how much I might have to write something for yorokobu. Okay. Might have to write something about that. Zekin. That's tax, alright. Chan. Oh. Chan as in the suffix chan. This is stairu, to transmit. Stairu. Final week one. Cup. Self-explanatory. Wait, I thought I had cup. Okay. Fuki. Air. Alright, and then tetsukaru. Tetsukaru. Oh no, tatsukaru. I thought I had tatsukaru. Oh no, we had kiru. So this is the intransitive. Tatsukaru. Right. Kega. That's special. Kega is special. More so the ke than the ga, and then the meaning is special. It's not quite the most apparent. It's like a weird eye injury. Untenshu. Driver. Okay. Future. Dai. Shudai. Command future or command to come. Future. Prospects. Shudai. Oh. Yaku. Yakusoku. Yakusoku wo modoru. No, mamoru. So to protect the promise. Oh, to keep a promise. Interesting. Soku wo yakusoku wo mamoru. Yakusoku wo mamoru. Yakusoku wo mamoru. Fuku what? Fuku look over again? Oh no, Fuku study? So return, study, review. Fuku shu. That one can be a little tough. Superfluous talking, jest, joke, funny story. What is that? Ju done? No. Ju done. Oh, no, Joel done. Joel done. I don't remember Joel. Wait. Joel was the Onyoni? Joel done. Interesting. I'm gonna have to review superfluous. I think I only have like 1 or 2 uses of this character. Carry. Iku. Oh, you're taking some. Go. Taking someone along. 2. I know it was S2. Tsureru. Yep. Yeah, tsureru. So tsurete iku. It's a compound, what I call a compound verb. Gomi. Garasu. I don't know how many garasu, like I don't actually, I have lost track. Okay, we got karasu for sure. But I could have sworn we had garasu. I don't like, not garasu as in a pane, like a glass pane, but garasu as in like a glass of something, like a drinking glass. Garasu. I don't know. I'm starting to lose my mind with these katakana words. Alright, let's go through these. Ishi is fine. A hard, naturally occurring mineral substance often used in construction. To clean or improve the appearance of something by rubbing or brushing it, so polishing. Right, polishing. Let's try. Okay. Oh, we have double tree. And stone. Cool. And then migaku. Okay. Clothing designed for wearing in water, typically used, and that is, we got the mizu. Right. Mizu. And then ki, which is ki. Then that could. Alright, state of matter that is neither solid nor liquid may also refer to liquid used to power vehicles. Oh, that's one way to say it. Okay. A verb that means to experience delight due to a positive event or outcome. Light, right? And then it uses yorokobu. Money paid by individuals and businesses the government used to fund. And we're combining taxes, se and kin, dekin. Okay. A suffix that is often used in name as a term of endearment to express familiarity, affection, or cuteness. Chan, sun. A verb communicating information or messages to someone in detail. Kind of also like in various ways. Convey. And it's sta. This is the transitive version. A non-Japanese word used to describe an item that holds drink and beverages, sometimes with and sometimes without a handle. Up. Now that's gonna be invisible mixture of gases that surrounds the earth and is essential for life. Can also, yeah, oh, sky, and then the air or the energy around the elements around in the air. A verb meaning to rescue or receive assistance in a time of need. The intransitive version. So, tasu, right? Tasu, and then haru as opposed to keru. Asukaru. Physical harm or damage to a body caused by an accident or external force. Yeah, so it's and then you're getting bopped. But the bop is not quite the same. It's kega. Bop. I don't know how to pivot from the bop. Because this is like weird. Like weird. Like the kanji carries peculiar and weird and odd. A person who operates a vehicle such as a car, bus, or truck. Right? So carry, and then operating. So this is operating. So person who is operating. Shu. Untenshu. The operator. The period of time that comes after the present. So future. Okay. This one is a bit of a 50-50, but we don't have mirai yet. Oh, shurai. Okay. Do what you said you would do to honor an agreement or commitments. Okay, this is to save the promise or save the contract. So, yakusoku is a separate word we already have in 5 group. Yakusoku o, and then the direct object, and then you're trying to preserve it or protect it or keep it. And that word is mamoru. Okay, the act of reviewing or studying previously learned material. So now we have to study back. So return to the previous and have a look, right? Or study back. So fuku is to return, and then shu is to like learn or study. So return, study, to review. Shu. A humorous statement or story intended to make people laugh. Okay. And then superfluous also deals with like excess or arts as well in some way. Creative something. So I can understand. But Jo is kind of a weak character though in Onyomi. Jodan. That will probably come back at some point. Memory reminder. To accompany someone or something into a particular destination. So you're picking them up. They're like transporting them. And that's where the tsurete is coming from, and the iku is to go. So you're taking someone and go. Tsurete iku. It could also be seen as going to like your iku. So you're going to take someone or something, or you're transporting something. A term that refers to a waste of material that, a waste material that's being discarded because it's no longer useful, right? Gomi. And then a transparent material that's often used to make windows and drinking vessels. It is usually quite fragile. Kurasu. Kurasu. Oh, actually, it's kurasu. It's kurasu for drinking and kurasu for glass. I actually haven't even paid attention to that. Let's see. No, I forgot. It doesn't really say. Oh no, it's both. Wait. It's not both. Oh, wait, no, what? Garas. Oh, wait. Oh, the drinking. Oh. What? Oh, the drinking one that I'm thinking of is gurasu, not garasu. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, well, guess we'll come to it when we come to it. Okay. A time like the present.
部屋に石を持ってくるのをやめなさい。
お父さんの靴を磨いてお小遣いをもらう。
あなたはどんなタイプの水着を持っているの？
ガスが漏れる。
もうれ
彼との再会を喜ぶ。
来月から税金が上がるらしい。
お姉ちゃんと遊びたいです。
あなたはテレビがいつも真実を伝えていると思いますか？
That's a good question.
カップにお茶を入れる。
Whoops.
空気を吸う。
Okay. Survive. It'll... Oh. I see. Oops.
死ぬかと思ったけど助かった。
怪我の手当てをする。
彼はタクシーの運転手です。
Oops. It's gone. Oh no. Oh no, wait. I just typed it incorrectly. Never mind. I mistyped. There was a typo on the first. I typed shoe, not show. Oh, come on. Looks cool. Cool. 守って
守ってくれますか？What? Oh, whoops. 約束を守ってくれ。
あなたの妻は約束を守ってくれますか？
塾の自習室で授業の復習をする。
彼はよく冗談を言う。
彼女いるね。いるway illumination. Oh yeah. に出て
彼女をイルミネーションに連れて行く。
Oops.
ゴミをゴミ箱に捨てる。
Excuse me.
窓のガラスを割る。
That's gonna be weird. The difference between gurasu and garasu. Alright. Alright. That's it for today. I gotta get going. Alright, folks. These Bunpro things are gonna be slightly brief until we catch a breath somewhere. I see that I got a lot of grammar that I can go over. This month has become a treasure trove of discussions, so discussions come first. Until next time, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. Gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and discuss discussion first, keep each other motivated, right? And study on the side, or study when you can, with human interactions, opportunities. Gotta seize the opportunity, right? Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit for a quick break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第458天 is day 453, and we hit the 4 a.m. mark again. Sooner or later. So if we hit refresh, we'll have 20 lessons. We're gonna do our lessons. Keep on moving along. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
Chen.
Chen? That doesn't look like Chen. Oh, wait. There is a Chen, though. Not... This thing here is actually... very special. So we got Chen yesterday. And then there's a Jen, but there's no Chen. Alright. Charlie Brown is inside the sick ward infirmary, where he comes across a mutant that is in need of help. Charlie sincerely helps the mutant who had his heart fallen to the floor by placing it back in his rightful place. The nurse standing by are so touched by his gesture of sincere will that they gave Charlie a crown of sincerity for his deeds. Despite being traumatized. We have to like leave it a little bit.
Chen.
You know?
Jie.
Yeah, that does look like Jie. Line up with Jie Xiao for introduction or a related thing. Yeah, introduce. So we could Jie it up. Welcome mustard. Oh no, it's mustard. It's another plant. Well, you know, that's basically HanziHero in a nutshell for now. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom in the lectures paint, where there's a canopy of mustard flowers in the corner. Jimmy runs up on top of his robotic... Okay. No. So Jimmy is in the room with the electricity plant, where he has come up with a great plan to produce extra source of fuel for the employees and the generator. He converted bathroom plumbing to supply a canopy designed to house, introduce extra source of fuel to house mustard flowers in the bathroom. Unfortunately, it just made it smell and didn't really burn all that well. Alright, yeah. Jie mo jiang. Yep. Mustard sauce. Jie di. Yo, what? Is D stem Jie di? What the? Okay.
Jie. Ji.
Ji. Palpitate. Oh, that certainly isn't a plant or a tree. Gee. G is pregnant, right? Oh no, maybe it's not pregnant. What am I thinking of? The right hand G. Child and grain stock. Does that not exist? Oh, there it is. Yeah, season.
season. Palpitate. Well, all right. Palpitate in season. We're gonna use season. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom. Oh, the house where he is. He is trying to help a friend. An unfortunate soul with the seasonal allergies. Jimmy has this experimental palpitating machine to try to massage the lymph nodes and promote I don't know, phlegm clearage. Unfortunately, it just ended up palpitating with too much force. The poor soul simply felt even more miserable. Okay.
记
It's that season.
锤
Tray, a mallet. Interesting. That looks like Dre though. Pursue. Or is it Dre? Where are you, bear? Or is that a gnome? How do I not see this? Oh, here it is. Ah, Dre, yeah. Right? And it's a gnome. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, here. Alright, to chase. We're gonna chase. So, Chucky is inside the beach house. Where he is chasing. He is chasing. Oh, I don't know. Chasing a gnome. With a big wooden mallet. All the way around the channel. It's fine. Kind of reminds me of actually.
锤 词
Ci, that does look like a ci, like ci. Oh, but it kind of looks like a ji as well. We'll use ci for currents. There is a chance that it can end up with a thatch. You know, I'm not that well versed in thatches. Thatch. A roofing material made from dry vegetation. Okay. Casper is we're gonna use a current. Casper inside the house. He is trying to help with the thatches.
for the roof. In order to save some help with preparing batches from the repurposing flowers, in order to save some money on 2 bills. 2 incoming. 2 place the roof with the thatchings. This is the second occurrence of thatch repair. Needed, hence the 2 bills. Okay. Okay. It's like mid.
词
Okay.
陈记借
Oops.
词锤
Alright.
摇
Yao. That doesn't look like a Yao. Sage King. Wow, what a way to... I don't know if I'm going to retroactively use Sage King. A Go board is already tougher than a Sage King. What in the world? Alright. Well, Yoshi is inside the barn, sitting on the hay floor playing Go. On the other side of the Go board sits the Sage King, who is actually a cow. Sits on his hind legs and wears a crown. Alright. That's all I got, honestly. That's
摇
pretty good.
蒙
That's good. Oh, great. Another fruit slash plant thing. Mung for lemon. Lemon. Okay, we did get another mung recently. Drizzle? I think we got drizzle. Which is kind of deceptive. Because... okay. Because, yeah, drizzle. There's also mung for hazy and mung for cover. And we're gonna use cover. Probably. So Mario is inside the English Manor, where he is trying to cover the lobby with the fresh smell of lemon. He gathered from the manor's immaculate courtyard to impress Princess Peach. The lemony freshness that covers him and the lobby. Sure, something like that. That's fine.
蒙克
Kuh. Alright, that kind of looks like Kuh. And it's overcome as well. Kuh without the blade is overcome. Or endure. Yeah, so Kuh and Kuh. Okay. That's fine. I think we don't need this. Just know it's Kuh, right? Kermit the Frog is in bathroom electric. Hanging from electric bike cross shore. Or someone. And then he's there to grab a saber and pull him down, you know?
克
Double overcomes.
纯
Okay. Chun? Chun? Mellow wine. Off the shrine. Chun. Heck, it's not mellow wine. Dang it. What is the trend that's mellow wine? It's not a shrine, so it's something else. Oh man, wait. Oh, it's not quite. Wait, it is. Wait, am I going crazy? Wait, why are they not categorized as the same thing? Wait, are they different? What? Hold up. Am I going crazy or is that shrine? What am I missing? No, it's Chun. Oh, I just realized they don't recognize this as a shrine. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe there's something slightly different about it, but I don't know what it is, and we're gonna pretend it's not. So it is Chun. Alright, honest. Chucky is inside the infirmary where he's sitting on a sick bed. The doctors are trying to find. No. We don't do this. So we're gonna play off the mellow wine. Chucky is inside the infirmary where he is trying to trick honest patients that visits a shrine he has set up and offering some sort of holy spray or medicinal, just say medicinal spray, but really it's just a poison spray. It's Chucky.
Chun.
Oh, but the honest thing, maybe that's kind of a tough one because it kind of sounds more like dishonest. Maybe like an honest, just an honest attempt to poison people with his poison spray. Something like that. Not the greatest. It can be better.
Shi.
Let me think. There's a lot of bites. That looks more like Wu. Right? Wu from the bottom and the left. Wu being, yeah, witch. I don't think there's a one with a voice box, right? Or a mouth box. So we're gonna do witch, which kind of works okay. So Shrek is in the bathroom of the house where he finds himself with bamboo stuck in his mouth to prevent himself from biting his tongue off, sure. As a friendly witch trying to help him get washed up and groomed for the I don't know, ball with Fiona. Friendly witches.
Shi.
Okay.
Yao.
This one. No chance. Gonna be a problem.
Ke.
This one lines up.
Shi.
This one's okay.
This
Mung.
one is solid. This one's
Chun.
okay. Alright, next one.
Mung.
Mung. Oh boy, that does look like Mung. Alright, now we're in the front. Deceive. Eyes. And then we're gonna do cover again. So, Mario is in front of the English manor, where he is trying to cover Princess Peach's eyes to deceive her momentarily. To then reveal the purpose of his deception. A beautiful, I don't know, flower arrangement in the immaculate lawn of the English manor. Okay. Good enough.
Mung. Do.
Oh. It does look like dough or beans. I think we're just... Oh yeah, we have beans. Pimples. Dracula's in the bathroom bakery trying to deal with his pimples. The reason is he has them in his faces is covered in snot, which has made him dirty, and now sprouting pimples, which are dark and bulbous and a bunch of beans. Dracula's in the bathroom of the bakery, where he is interested in acquiring some special bean croissants that he have heard that special bean croissants in order to lure patrons into the bathroom. He ISIS as a healthy snack to prevent and heal not symptoms and pimples, to lure them suspect the bathroom. Sure. I keep typing Dracula. Oops. Okay, so got the beans. Yeah, okay. This one's kind of weak.
Do. Tai.
Tie. There is a tie in it. Trample. Interesting. What was the other trample? Jie. No, Jia. And then there's step on. Ah. All off the foot. Right, there's Ta. Where's Jia? Does Jia not have a foot in it? Really? What does it have? Oh no, it's Jian. Trample. Jian. Not Jia. Jian. Tarzan's inside the high school. Sick of the high school making fun of his like he hits one of them in the mouth and then dons some wooden legs on his own okay. We'll use machine here. Maybe like Tarzan is inside the high school where he is learning how walking with
his legs is a thing of the past, replaced by machines that can trample over terrain and things with very little effort. Vehicles.
台
对
诺
No. Howard. Naruto. I don't remember a comb and rain. The closest one is rule because I dropped it recently. And then Hua for suddenly. Do we have rain and comb alone? We do. For need. I don't remember a Naruto thing at all. Oh, no, we do. One of the bad ones. Glutinous rice. Okay. Did I use need? He's just really hungry, right? And he needs to eat something? Yeah. Howard. So, Naruto in the bathroom office building where he needs to rescue a cowardly office worker who has hit the bathroom. Oddly enough, the cowardly office worker reminds Naruto of himself when he cowardly flees from his obligations to cowardly soul. His young soul. All right.
诺魁
Quay. Stride. That looks more like Quay. Quay with a big on top. What other bricks with Quay? I don't think there is a Quay. With bricks, is there? We're going to use Quay because Quay is a weak one and it's tied to another weak one. The ancient measure. Koopa is inside the... Where he... Oh, stride. What is stride? My. Was it my? Where he... was asked to make strides, big strides in expanding Bowser's beach house by using an ancient measurement tool to lay out the bricks, the big bricks for expanding the beach house. Labor, always laboring away.
魁
Okay, right.
蒙
Okay.
豆
That one's kind of rough.
诺魁台
Alright, next 5.
剁
Cool. Stamp feet.
like stamping. Okay. And that does look like dual. Or dual. It looks like dual, which is dodge. I mean airlobe, not dodge. Airlobe. I'm not sure how well. Oh, wait. Airlobe require. Oh no, it is. Okay. Airlobe is pretty weak. Let's try it. So Dumbledore is in the bathroom office building, where he is stamp feet, where he is trying to educate some spoiled magic students, sure, about their responsibilities. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. All right. Now their responsibilities. Well, magic students hiding. Okay. Hiding in the bathroom. Stamping their feet. And kicking around their legs. He pulls the kids by the earlobes and gives them a swift magic lesson in productivity.
剁
Okay.
扑
Pool. Oh, that does look like pool. Either servant or reddish or rudish. Rudy. Right. Or plain. Actually, plain works too. Pool. The two pools, and then wait. Poo is, oh no, Poo is not, oh yeah, here it is, a pounce. Oh no, it's not reddish, it's just pounce. What is Rudy? I think Rudy might actually be Poo as well. Oh no, it might be this. Poo Poo combined with something red. I think we're gonna take yeah though, for profession. Huff. Profession is okay. Popeye is in front of the house where he has acquired a an additional side hustle outside of while he is taking a break from sailing. He has found an excellent profession in generating some delicious in making some delicious spinach puffs that he is selling inside his house. And what is the girl's name? Betty. It's not Betty Boop. Olive, right? Olive, yeah. Olive. Help. Oh, now we're pairing up all the characters. Okay.
呼
Ooh, puff.
福
Ooh. This must be Sha Fu or Fu Sha. I mean Bian. Oh dang it, it's not Sha. Bian Bat. And then Batman. Okay. Bian Fu Sha. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Bian is kind of weak on the bat. Okay. So, wealth. Yeah, that's just wealth. Frankenstein is inside the living room of the house where he has piled up his wealth of rare insects carcasses next to the couch. Unfortunately, a bat is loose inside the house and keeps on swinging by and stealing his wealth of insects. Frankenstein tries to swing at it, but the bat dodges. Okay.
福
I'll take it.
追
Jay. I have no idea what they're referring to there. Owl. Owl is a hand tool with a long spark pointed metal shaft using for piercing. Oh, those things. Wow, I didn't know that's what they're called. Okay. Does that look like Jay? So kind of off the turkey. There is a spine. There's also, yeah, gray, but something else. Is it Dre? Where are you, Dre? Alright, that's the only one I remember off this. But honestly, there's great. Okay. So George Costanza is in front of the beach house by the bay, where he's fighting a metal turkey in the sand that's come up and attacked him. He grabs the metal owl and uses that to impale the head of the turkey, killing it. Okay. Or just a non-metal turkey.
追
I think it's goofier to make it a little like more incompetent. So George, front of the beach house, where he was planning on making turkey for dinner. Unfortunately, he has somehow found himself chasing a live turkey with a metal trying to find himself chasing and hunting down a live turkey by clumsily pursuing it with a metal owl. Yep.
变
Ian. Is that 很难? Or just Bian? Oh no, it's a river. Kaifeng? What is the combination of that thing? Oh no, it's their name, man. Oh, it could be 河南? Like South River South. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just gonna call it Bien from now on. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's no Xia, so we don't have Xia, and then the other two doesn't make anything. So that's just Bien. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he has a special spray from Ian that he is using to clean. Let me look. South of the Yellow River. I see. That's why it's
Henan, south of Yellow River. Yeah, Henan. Okay, Henan. He meaning river, south. Yeah, makes sense. So we can either go with Bian, the name, and we'll work on Henan. Interesting. We are a special spray from Henan that is using to clean the bathroom with. Okay. He accidentally drops it below into a crevice in the corner of it. Where he tries to grab it from below, it suddenly sprays him with Henan water all over his face, making his fur wet. Yeah, he's just working stuff out. I don't know how well. This is probably gonna be problematic. Another proper noun.
变
Especially when it's like related to Henan, despite being Bian. Maybe it's an alternative read.
堕福变呼追
All right. Another day, you know, another day. What did James say? Another day, another dollar. I don't actually make another dollar, but it's as the saying goes. And we only can view like this much, so we're kind of turning over on its own until we reach like the big time when I finally get to do something. So we'll continue to do this exercise. That's how I'm gonna keep on top of the characters, at least attempt to. It's already wrapping like 50. There's like 50 in here that's not being displayed. We have so many characters. There's character studies for days. All right. They're kind of going faster and faster because most of them are proper nouns. Either they're proper nouns or they're very individualistic nouns and they're based on their sound. So most of their sounds are okay because I've seen so many of those characters. Legitimately, less effort is made to talk about the sound, but more about attaching the sound to whatever proper noun it is. And then we'll retroactively go back to writing the vocabulary word. And the vocabulary words aren't probably going to be that much different. Like, it's probably going to have like 字画 or 字花, maybe like a modifying character. Most of them stay alone or they get paired up. So both the characters for bat will get paired up. Insect, like any of the insects, they're either gonna be paired up with 字 or paired up with each other. So like for one today would be a fu, probably, and we already saw it, 便服, something like that, where they just line up with each other. So technically a lot of these insects and trees, there's not the trees, but maybe the insects or very specific fruits and stuff, we might just be getting double characters. And then when we look into the dictionary and add the vocabulary word, it might be half those characters. Like the characters are reduced by half because all the characters pair up somehow. We'll see. It'll be sometime in May, so I'm gonna keep this up until May. We have a little under 3 weeks. So we have 2 weeks, you know, a little over 2 weeks left. All right. What is this? We have nope. Tray. Mallet. Way. What are you doing, Quay? Something about expanding the beach house, right? With an ancient measure, big. Strides. Oh my goodness. That's a problem. Stride is a week. It'll be a week one sometime. Sure. Bite. Lemon. No, not lemon. But deceive. Or stamp feet. Nope. Batch. Bien. Nan. Oh, dimple. Been honest. Lemon. And sincere. Yeah. Mustard. They all cool of Noah Howard cool that Yao Sage King overcome the palpitate I trample let's say Ling chili. Yes. Oh, this one is rough. Xiang. Part of the day. Young aid moth. Oh my. Moth. Ooh. Something about. I think it just lines up better by you. Garden. That sucks. Scar. Hey. It doesn't seem. Does it? Hey. Yes. Gather together. Oh no. It's a sugar cane. Yeah. Plants. It's a stain. Chin. Oh no. Oh, dazzled. Dazzle. Chin. Prefecture. Z. No. Z. Unrestrained. Lee. Shiver. Man, some of these are super rough. Uh-oh. I'm gonna say Shen. And it's just oh, Shen. Wrong tone. I think that's it. Okay. Ooh. X soul. I don't think this. Oh my goodness, is absent-minded. Yikes. No chance. Right. Something. Like favor? This save up. Save up, great. Actually, I don't remember what the right side is, but it's collect. Save up. No, favor. Checks again. Okay. Year of grain. Su. Revive. Rough. The heck is this? Put down a lot of things, but dude, hi. All right. I'll roar. Or Chung. Earl. Oh no. Dang it. That's okay. Wing, actor. Cool. Fighter. Yen, slug. Wing, listen. Cool. Cool. Arrest. Ian, swallow. Wei, sunflower. Ian, flaw. Bowl. Ma. Sincere. Oh no. Oh, dang it. Ooh. Okay. I was thinking it was Nyal. Button. Tea, cream. Look up one's tongue. And it's gone. Hello there. I can't read that. Hello. That's neat. Hoang, probably. Hello, Bologna. Alright, I can't read that either. Huge. Way. Press with wheel of dirt. Female, okay. Han boldly. Cool. Coral? That's cool. Lee. Net. Soul. Ink. That's falling apart. Suffer. P. Silicon. Brown. Wall. Steep bank. Moan. Drizzle. Astringent. Typhoon. Oh. Harvest. Ling. Scepter. Exquisite. Young. Yen. Here. Ma. Ant. Yeah. Furniture. Chung. Rise. Ma. Agate. When. When. Sink. Tool. Chick. Hung. Splash.
Gun. Discern. Butsu. Ni. You. The Chinese mile. For partnership. Tie. Borrow. A. Obviously. Fool. Seemingly. Oh no. Oyster. Tongue. Illicit. Yeah. Right. And starch. It. Wall. Trust. Yeah. Odd. Ooh, announce. Ooh, duplicate. Ying. Oh, nope. Ying, insight. Nope. Chi, maggot. Fool, butterfly. Ying, cherry. Yang, roof beam. Wall, helmet. Yao, prostitute. Yao, mount. Yao, beautiful. Uh-oh. Fortune. Oh no, do I have two things mixed up? Yeah, I might have Dian and... Yeah, this is Dian. So this is Flaw. But I have another Dian mixed up. Oh, this is Xiao. Wait. No, this is Swa. Swa. Trivial. Or amber. To air. One. Draw a carriage. Yong. Cinder.
box wall. Insight. Ooh. Disobedient. Sao. Scratch. Sure. Sure. Way. Ancient measure. G. Lies in wait. Being record. When meat or fish. I sound of waves. Oh, unexpectedly meet. Ding, utmost. Way. Only. No, curtain. Jiao, sky. When, buzz. Yo, pomelo. Gan, olive. Jiao, haggard. Yeah. Choke on. Yong. Insight. Yen. Reserve. Guan. Bosch. Liang. Mullet. I. E. Surprise. Ming. Ming. First lips. Bung. Spurts. Blue. Salary. Your Chinese foot. Gun. Thick soup. Way. Dark. Tea. Chirp. Lie. Squint. On. Fast. Ye. Radiate. Ch. Harden. Bay. Bark. Wei. Tan high. Chu. Towering. Tzu. Ancestral hall. Hua. Broke. I. Bone. Alright. So, how do we fail today? Quay. Making big strides to ancient measures to lay big bricks to make big strides and big expansions. Okay. And then ooh, the trellis garden with a bunch of spinach, stuffing him in his mouth, basement. How pie that is. Then we have who. Who is neglect, a neglected soul. What's he doing with the neglected soul? Hulk and neglected soul. The soul part is the part. Absent-minded thing. So all the neglected soul due to his absent-mindedness. Work on that. Sway the right got lost. What was that? Favor gathering all the corn. Okay, ears of grain, ears of grain. And then with the mountain high and high of stuff. And then we lost Lee. Suffer. So Link is trying to quest to find the soul or soul that's suffering. Turkey in the net. Alright. Sounds good. Alright. That's a wrap for our HanziHero. 5:20 a.m. Try to get a little quicker. Today I started late because I had to wait on a phone call. Tomorrow I still have to wait on a phone. Hopefully I don't have to. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, preferably in Japanese, Chinese, you know, you can throw in some Spanish if you want, or English. I mean, other than that, if you're gonna say something in English and then proceed to speak in a language that I can't read, and then continue to say things, I'll probably not read the messages. And if they are in fact retroactively offensive in any way, then you'll probably know what happens then. Right? Until then, you're always welcome to come on by, chill, talk, try to be compassionate and speak to people in mutually common languages. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys next time. Bye bye.